She stood in his doorway holding 3 car seats, her silk dress catching the afternoon light, and watched his smug smile crack like glass. Because the Barren ex-wife he'd invited to Humiliate had just arrived with the one thing he'd spent 6 years telling her she'd never have: his children. Hi, my beautiful family. Let me begin with a prayer straight from the heart. Dear God, please bless every soul watching this video. Fill their lives with peace, joy, and endless love. Amen. Welcome back, my family. You are not just viewers. You are my light during the dark days, and my reason to keep going. To all new family members, welcome to the family. Please subscribe to the channel and introduce yourself in the comments. I truly want to know more about you. My beloved family, every story I bring is not just words. It is my sweat, my sleepless nights, and my sacrifice. When you leave early, it cuts deep as if my hard work is unseen and my voice unheard. Please stay till the end. I love you. Now let's begin the story. The envelope arrived on a Thursday. Diane Lawson stared at it for 3 full minutes before her hands stopped shaking enough to open it. Cream-colored cardstock, expensive. Embossed gold lettering that caught the light from her kitchen window. The kind of invitation that cost more than her monthly grocery budget. You're invited to celebrate the upcoming arrival of baby Morrison. Join Trevor Morrison and his wife Jessica as they welcome their bundle of joy. She read it twice, then a third time, searching for the cruelty she knew had to be buried in the elegant script. There it was, in the handwritten note at the bottom. Trevor's precise, architectural lettering. Diane, thought you'd want to see what a real family looks like. No hard feelings, right? Tea. Her coffee had gone cold. The morning sun streaming through her modest apartment suddenly felt harsh, exposing every crack in the discount tile, every scuff mark on the second-hand furniture. 6 years since the divorce, and he could still reach into her chest and twist. Mom, Emma took my crayon again. Diane looked up from the invitation, just as a blur of motion exploded into the kitchen. Her daughter Lily, all wild curls and indignant 5-year-old fury, skidded to a stop beside her chair. She always takes the red one, and I need it for the fire truck. Emma, Diane called toward the living room, keeping her voice even despite the storm building in her chest. Did you take your sister's crayon? She wasn't using it. Emma's voice drifted back, defiant. That's not how sharing works, sweetie. Please bring it back. Footsteps, then Emma appeared. Identical to Lily in every way except for the stubborn set of her jaw that was pure Trevor. She held out the crayon reluctantly. But I need red too. Then you ask nicely. Diane took the crayon, handed it back to Lily. Both of you go finish your drawing. We're leaving for school in 10 minutes. The girls thundered back to the living room, their argument already forgotten. Diane heard them start negotiating over who got to draw the bigger fire truck, their voices overlapping in that way that would have driven her insane if she hadn't spent 5 years getting used to it. 5 years of raising them alone. 5 years of keeping the biggest secret of her life. Mommy, can you help me with my shoe? A smaller voice now. Noah, her son, stood in the kitchen doorway holding a light-up sneaker. His face was serious, concentrated. The same expression Trevor wore when he was working on a difficult design. Diane's heart clenched. She set down the invitation and knelt to help Noah with his shoe, her hands moving on autopilot while her mind spun. Thought you'd want to see what a real family looks like. Trevor had no idea. No idea that the barren ex-wife he'd discarded had been 8 weeks pregnant when he'd signed the divorce papers. No idea that the last time they'd slept together, that desperate, sad attempt to save a dying marriage, had created 3 lives. No idea he was already a father. There you go, buddy. She kissed Noah's forehead. Go get your backpack. He ran off, and Diane stood slowly, staring at the invitation again. Her sister Rachel had been after her for years to tell Trevor the truth. Her mother had stopped speaking to her for 6 months when she found out Diane was keeping the triplets a secret. Even her lawyer had warned her that this could get complicated. But Diane had her reasons. She remembered the day she'd found out about the pregnancy. 2 weeks after the divorce was finalized. She'd been sitting in her new, empty apartment. The tiny one-bedroom she could barely afford after Trevor kept the house, the cars, everything. Staring at 3 positive pregnancy tests lined up on the bathroom counter. She'd called him. Of course she'd called him. Despite everything, despite the cruelty of those final months, she'd thought he deserved to know. He'd laughed. "Is this really what you're doing now?" His voice had been cold, amused. "Making up pregnancy stories to get me back? Jesus, Diane. Have some dignity. I'm not making it up. I have 3 positive tests. I can send you pictures. Of tests you probably bought off eBay. Come on. We tried for 5 years, and you never got pregnant once. Suddenly, 2 weeks after I leave, you're miraculously expecting." He'd actually laughed again. "I'm blocking your number. Move on with your life." "I have." The line had gone dead. Diane had sat there for an hour, phone in hand, something cold and final settling in her chest. When she'd finally gotten up, she'd deleted his contact information, thrown away the photos, packed up every memory of their marriage into boxes she'd never opened again. And when the babies were born, 3 perfect, impossible miracles, she'd named them without his input, raised them without his money, built a life without his shadow. It hadn't been easy. God, it hadn't been easy. Those first 2 years were a blur of sleepless nights and constant anxiety. 3 infants needing to be fed, changed, comforted, all at once. Diane had survived on 4 hours of sleep and determination. She'd gone back to work as an architectural designer when the babies were 4 months old, desperate for income. Rachel had moved in to help with childcare, taking night shifts while Diane worked. They'd cobbled together a life. A small life, a hard life, but a life that was theirs. And then last year, something had shifted. The kids started kindergarten. Diane got a promotion. They'd moved to a slightly bigger apartment. Money was still tight, but they were okay. Better than okay. They were happy. The triplets were smart, funny, wild, exhausting. Lily was fearless and creative. Emma was stubborn and fiercely loyal. Noah was gentle and thoughtful, always watching, always learning. They looked like Trevor. All 3 of them had his eyes, that distinctive grey-green that had first attracted her 10 years ago. They had his chin, his straight nose. Anyone who knew Trevor would recognize them instantly, which was why Diane had been so careful to keep them hidden. "Mom," Rachel's voice from the doorway startled her. "You okay? You've been staring at that thing for like 5 minutes." Diane looked up. Her sister stood there with a coffee mug in one hand and concern written across her face. Rachel had moved out 6 months ago when she'd gotten engaged, but she still came by most mornings to help with the school run. "He invited me to his baby shower," Diane said flatly. Rachel's expression went from concern to fury in under a second. "He what?" Diane handed her the invitation, watched Rachel's face darken as she read Trevor's note. "This is sick." Rachel's voice was shaking. "Even for Trevor, this is sick. He wants to rub your face in it. Wants to show you his new perfect life with his new perfect wife and their new perfect baby that you supposedly couldn't give him." "I know. You're not going." Diane was quiet for a long moment. In the living room, the triplets were singing now, some song from a cartoon she'd heard 1,000 times. Their voices blended together in that chaotic, joyful way that made her chest ache. "What if I did?" she said softly. Rachel stared. What? What if I went? To his baby shower. With the kids. Diane. He thinks I'm still that broken woman he left. The one who couldn't give him what he wanted. The one who begged him not to leave, who promised she'd try harder, do better. Diane's voice was steady, but her hands were trembling. He has no idea that 2 weeks after our divorce, I found out I was pregnant. He has no idea that I've been raising his children for 5 years. Alone. Because he called me a liar and blocked my number. Rachel's eyes went wide. You want revenge? I want him to know the truth. Diane picked up the invitation again, studied Trevor's handwriting. For 5 years, I've let him believe whatever story he tells himself about why our marriage ended. That I was defective. That I couldn't have children. That he made the right choice leaving me. Her voice hardened. Maybe it's time he learned what he actually walked away from. Diane, think about this. The kids deserve to know their father exists, even if he's a bastard. Diane looked at her sister. I've been so focused on protecting them from him, on building our life without him, that I never considered. What if they want to know? What if someday they ask me why I kept them from him? Because he abandoned you. He didn't know they existed. Because he refused to believe you. I know. Diane pressed her palms against her eyes. I know. But Rachel, they're getting older. They ask questions. Why don't we have a daddy? Why do other kids have 2 parents? And I've been telling them their father doesn't know about them, which is technically true, but... She dropped her hands. I'm tired of carrying this secret. I'm tired of protecting him from his own choices. Rachel was quiet for a long moment. Then slowly she smiled. It was the kind of smile that had gotten them both in trouble as kids. You're really going to do this, she said. You're going to walk into his baby shower with 3 5-year-olds who look exactly like him. I'm going to accept his invitation. Show up. Be gracious. Diane's voice took on an edge. And let him see exactly what he threw away when he decided I was too broken to bother with. He's going to lose his mind. Probably. His new wife is going to die of shock. Not my problem. Rachel laughed, sharp and bright. Oh, this is going to be spectacular. Then her expression sobered. But Diane, are you sure? I mean, this is going to blow up your whole life. His life. The kids' lives. Once you do this, there's no going back. He's going to have rights. Legal claims. He could demand custody. Let him try. Diane's voice was steel. I have 5 years of documentation. School records, medical records, bank statements showing every dollar I've spent raising them alone. I have texts and emails where he called me a liar. I have witnesses who heard him say I was making it up. She met Rachel's eyes. If Trevor wants to be a father now, after 6 years of not caring, he's going to have to prove he deserves it. In the living room, a crash. Then Lily's voice. It was Emma's fault. Was not. Girls. Diane called. Clean it up, whatever it is. We're leaving in 5 minutes. Rachel was still watching her with something like awe. You've changed, she said quietly. The old Diane would never have done this. The old Diane didn't have 3 kids depending on her. Diane folded the invitation carefully, precisely. The old Diane cared what Trevor thought. This Diane? She smiled, cold and certain. This Diane stopped caring a long time ago. The kindergarten drop-off was the usual chaos. Lily forgot her lunchbox and had to be chased down in the parking lot. Emma refused to wear her jacket, despite the November cold. Noah held Diane's hand the entire walk to his classroom, his small fingers tight around hers. Will you pick us up today, Mommy? He asked, looking up at her with those grey-green eyes, Trevor's eyes, that still made her breath catch sometimes. Yes, baby. Same as always. 3 o'clock, right here. Promise? Promise. She kissed his forehead. watched him join his classmates at the reading corner. His teacher, Mrs. Park, waved at Diane with a smile. By the time she got back to her car, Diane's hands were shaking. She sat in the driver's seat for a moment, staring at the invitation she'd tucked into her purse. 3 weeks. The shower was in 3 weeks. She pulled out her phone, typed a message before she could second-guess herself. Hi Jessica. This is Diane, Trevor's ex-wife. Thank you for the invitation. I'd love to attend. Would it be okay if I brought my children? They're well behaved, I promise. Looking forward to seeing you both. She hit send before fear could stop her. The response came within minutes. Diane. Of course. We'd love to meet your kids. Trevor never mentioned you had children. How wonderful. See you soon. Diane stared at the message. Trevor never mentioned you had children. Of course he hadn't. Because he didn't know. Because 6 years ago, when she'd tried to tell him, he'd laughed in her face and called her a liar. She drove to work on autopilot, her mind spinning with plans and doubts and a strange, cold certainty. The architecture firm where she worked was small but respected. She'd clawed her way back into the profession after the divorce, starting as a junior designer and working her way up through sheer determination. Her boss, Linda, was already at her desk when Diane arrived. Morning. You look stressed. Everything okay? Fine. Just family stuff. The triplets. Always the triplets. Diane managed to smile. Linda was one of the few people at work who knew about her kids. Hey, can I ask you something? Legal question. Linda raised an eyebrow. Should I be worried? No, just hypothetically. If someone had kids from a previous relationship, and the father didn't know about them, and then that person decided to tell him after several years. Diane trailed off. What would happen? Linda's expression turned serious. Hypothetically. Hypothetically. Well, hypothetically, that would be legally complicated. The father would have rights, assuming paternity could be established. But so would the mother, especially if she could prove she'd been the sole caregiver for years. It would probably end up in family court. Could get messy. Linda studied Diane carefully. Is this about you? Diane hesitated. Yes. Does Trevor know he has kids? No. I tried to tell him. He didn't believe me. Blocked my number. She swallowed hard. I haven't tried again. For 5 years. For 5 years. Linda was quiet for a moment. Diane, I need to ask you this as your boss and your friend. Are you planning to tell him now? He invited me to his baby shower, with his new wife, and left a note about how I should see what a real family looks like. Diane's voice was bitter. So yes, I'm planning to show up, with his children, and let him figure it out. Jesus Christ. I know. That's bold. That's incredibly bold and potentially very stupid. Linda ran a hand through her hair. You need a lawyer. Before you do this, you need legal protection. I know. I'm serious, Diane. Trevor could sue for custody. He could claim you kept his children from him deliberately. He refused to believe they existed. And you'll need to prove that. In court. With evidence. Linda's voice was firm. I'm not saying don't do this. I'm saying do it smart. Protect yourself and those kids. Diane nodded slowly. Okay. Can you recommend someone? I'll send you a name. Best family lawyer in the city. Linda's expression softened. For what it's worth. Trevor's an asshole for what he did to you. And if you want to blow up his perfect little baby shower with the truth, I support that. Just be careful. Make sure you can live with the consequences. The consequences. That was the question, wasn't it? Diane spent the rest of the day distracted, her mind only half on the housing development plans spread across her desk. She kept checking her phone, half expecting Trevor to somehow know what she was planning, to call and demand she stay away. but there was nothing. Just silence. At 2:45, she left work early to pick up the kids. They came running out of their classrooms like tiny tornadoes, full of stories about their day. Emma had painted a picture. Lily had learned a new song. Noah had helped another kid who was sad. "Can we get ice cream?" Emma asked as they buckled into their car seats. "It's November, baby. It's cold. But I want chocolate." "Me too," Lily chimed in. Noah just looked at her hopefully, and Diane felt her resolve crumble. "Fine. But just a small cone." They cheered. The ice cream shop was crowded with other parents doing the same post-school bribery. Diane sat at a corner table, watching her children debate the merits of different flavors with the intensity of tiny philosophers. This was her life. Chaotic, exhausting, beautiful. A life she'd built from nothing after Trevor had torn everything down. And in 3 weeks, she was going to walk back into his world and detonate it. Her phone buzzed. A text from Rachel. "I've been thinking. If you're really doing this, we need a plan. A good one. Call me tonight." Diane typed back, "Already working on it." "Mommy, why are you smiling?" Noah asked, chocolate ice cream on his nose. "Just thinking about something, baby. Something good." Diane looked at her 3 children. Trevor's children, her children, the miracles he'd never believed in, and felt something fierce and protective rise in her chest. "Yes," she said. "Something very good." Dear viewers, Diane kept Trevor's children secret for 5 years after he refused to believe her. Was she wrong to wait this long? Or was she protecting her kids? What would you have done? Share your thoughts below. The law office was all glass and steel, the kind of place that made Diane hyper-aware of every scuff on her shoes. She sat in the waiting room, knees pressed together, hands folded in her lap, trying to look like someone who belonged in a space this expensive. The receptionist, a white woman with a helmet of blonde hair, kept glancing at her over the top of her computer screen. Diane knew that look. She'd been getting it her whole life. The subtle assessment, the quiet question, can she afford to be here? Let her wonder. "Ms. Lawson." A black woman in her 50s emerged from the hallway, hand extended. "I'm Patricia Wells. Linda spoke very highly of you." Diane stood, shook her hand. Patricia's grip was firm, confident. She wore a navy suit that probably cost more than Diane's rent, and her natural hair was styled in elegant locks that framed her face. "Thank you for seeing me on such short notice." Linda said it was urgent and complicated. Patricia gestured toward her office. "Let's talk." The office was immaculate. Law books, framed degrees, photos of Patricia with various civic leaders. Diane sat in the chair across from Patricia's desk and felt some of the tension leave her shoulders. At least here, with this woman, she wouldn't have to explain certain things. The weight of being a black single mother. The way the world looked at you like you'd failed before you even opened your mouth. "So," Patricia said, pulling out a legal pad. "Linda gave me the basics, but I want to hear it from you. Start from the beginning." Diane told her everything. The marriage, the 5 years of trying to conceive, Trevor's growing resentment, the way he'd blamed her, publicly, for their inability to have children, the divorce, the pregnancy she'd discovered 2 weeks too late. "I called him," Diane said, her voice steady. "The day after I got the positive tests. I told him I was pregnant. He laughed, said I was making it up to manipulate him. Told me we'd tried for 5 years, and I'd never gotten pregnant once. So why would I suddenly be pregnant 2 weeks after he left?" She met Patricia's eyes. Then he blocked my number. Patricia's pen had stopped moving. "Do you have proof of this conversation?" "I have the call log. The texts I sent afterward that never delivered. The voicemails that went straight to his deleted messages." Diane pulled out her phone, started scrolling. "I saved everything. even though he never responded. Good. That's good. Patricia was making notes now, her expression thoughtful. And you never tried to contact him again? In 5 years? No. I figured. He made his choice. He decided I was lying. Why would I keep trying to convince him? Diane's voice hardened. And honestly, I didn't want him in their lives. Not after the way he treated me. Not after he stood in front of our friends and family and told everyone I was the reason we couldn't have kids. Made me feel like I was broken. Defective. Patricia looked up sharply. He said that? In front of people. Multiple times. At parties. At his firm. He'd make jokes about his broken wife, who couldn't give him what he needed. Diane's hands clenched in her lap. I was the punchline to his disappointment. Even though the doctors never found anything definitively wrong with either of us. And now he's having a baby with his new wife. And he invited me to the shower to rub my face in it. Patricia sat back in her chair, studying Diane with sharp, assessing eyes. Let me ask you something, and I want you to be honest. What do you want out of this? Because showing up at his baby shower with 3 kids he doesn't know exist, that's nuclear. That's going to blow up both your lives. His life. Those children's lives. So before we go any further, I need to know, what's your goal here? Diane was quiet for a moment. She'd been asking herself the same question for days. I want him to know the truth, she said finally. I want him to see what he walked away from, what he refused to believe existed. I want, her voice cracked. I want him to understand that his cruelty had consequences, that the story he's been telling himself for 6 years, about how I was the problem, about how leaving me was the right choice, is a lie. Revenge. Accountability. Diane's eyes flashed. There's a difference. Patricia smiled slightly. Fair enough. But Diane, I need you to understand something. The moment Trevor knows those kids exist, everything changes. He'll have parental rights. He can petition for custody. He can demand visitation. And given that he's wealthy and you're, she paused delicately, less financially secure, he could make a case that the children would be better off in his care. The words hit like ice water. No, they're my kids. I've raised them alone for 5 years. And that works in your favor. You have a documented history of sole caregiving. But Trevor will have resources. Money for good lawyers. A stable marriage. A house. All the things family court judges like to see. Patricia leaned forward. I'm not saying you'll lose. I'm saying you need to be prepared for a fight. A long, expensive, ugly fight. Diane thought about the triplets. About Emma's stubborn, fierce loyalty, Lily's wild creativity, Noah's gentle thoughtfulness. About tucking them in at night, reading bedtime stories, being there for every skinned knee and bad dream and triumphant moment. I can't lose them, she whispered. Then we make sure you don't. Patricia's voice was firm. Here's what we're going to do. First, we document everything. Every expense, every doctor's appointment, every school event. We build a record that shows you've been an excellent mother for 5 years while Trevor was, where? Living his best life. New wife, new house, new career success. Living his life completely unaware he had 3 children. That's important. Patricia was writing again. Second, we get a paternity test lined up. The moment he questions whether those kids are his, and he will, we need to be ready to prove it. Third, we file for child support immediately. Don't wait for him to come after custody. You strike first. Establish that these are his children, and he owes 5 years of back support. I don't want his money. It's not about what you want. It's about what's best for those kids, and what protects you legally. Patricia's expression softened. Diane, I understand the impulse to handle this with dignity and grace, to be the bigger person. But family court doesn't reward nobility. It rewards preparation. If you're going to do this, if you're really going to walk into that man's life and drop this bomb, you need to be ready for war. Diane nodded slowly. Okay, what do I need to do? They spent the next hour going through everything. Patricia wanted bank statements, tax returns, medical records. She wanted character references, documentation of Trevor's rejection, proof that Diane had tried to inform him about the pregnancy. The fact that he blocked you is huge, Patricia said. That shows willful ignorance. He can't claim you kept the kids from him if he literally refused to let you contact him. By the time Diane left the office, she had a plan. A timeline. A strategy for what would happen after the baby shower, when Trevor inevitably lost his mind. She also had a retainer fee that made her stomach hurt. $5,000 up front, with more to come. I know it's a lot, Patricia had said, seeing Diane's expression. But trust me, you're going to need someone who knows how to handle men like Trevor. Men who think money and charm can fix everything. Diane had written the check, watching her savings account number plummet. Money she'd been saving for the kids' future. Money she'd scraped together from overtime and side projects, and saying no to every luxury for 5 years. But it was worth it. It had to be worth it. Rachel came over that night, after the kids were in bed. She found Diane at the kitchen table, surrounded by papers, medical records, school photos, bank statements. The documented history of 3 lives Trevor didn't know existed. Wow, Rachel said, surveying the chaos. You're really doing this? The lawyer said I need documentation. Proof that I've been the sole caregiver. Diane held up a receipt from the hospital where the triplets were born. Do you know I have every single medical bill from their birth? Every immunization record? Every prescription? You're the most organized person I know. I had to be. Single mom, 3 kids, no help. Diane's voice was bitter. I couldn't afford to miss anything. Couldn't afford to be the stereotype Trevor probably told everyone I'd become. Rachel sat down across from her. What stereotype? Young black single mother. Struggling. Dependent on the system. Exactly what he probably assumed would happen to me after he left. Diane met her sister's eyes. You know what I realized today? Part of why I never went after him for child support. Why I did everything alone. I didn't want to prove him right. I didn't want him to be able to say, see. I knew she just wanted my money. That's not on you. That's his racism talking. I know, but it still got in my head. Diane gestured at the papers. For 5 years, I've been trying to be perfect. Perfect mother, perfect employee, perfect example of everything he said I couldn't be. And I'm exhausted, Rachel. I'm so tired of trying to prove I'm worthy. Rachel reached across the table, squeezed her sister's hand. You don't have to prove anything. Not to Trevor. Not to anyone. Then why does it feel like I'm about to be on trial? Because you are. The moment you tell him about those kids, every choice you've made for 5 years is going to be scrutinized. You know how this works. Black mother, white father. The system's not built in your favor. Diane flinched. It was something they'd danced around, but never said directly. Trevor was white. Their children were biracial. And in every way that mattered, that would complicate everything. The lawyer, Patricia, she's good, Diane said. She gets it. She didn't have to ask why I was scared, why I waited. She just understood. Good. You're going to need someone in your corner. Rachel looked at the papers again. Can I ask you something? And I want you to really think about it before you answer. Okay. Are you doing this for you, or for the kids? Diane opened her mouth to respond, then stopped. It was the question she'd been avoiding for weeks. Both, she said finally. I'm doing it because those kids deserve to know their father exists, even if he's terrible. And I'm doing it because I deserve. Her voice broke. I deserve for him to know what he threw away, what he refused to believe. I deserve for him to see that I wasn't broken, that I gave him everything and he just didn't want it. Rachel nodded slowly. Okay, then let's make sure you're ready. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of preparation. Diane met with Patricia twice more, refining their strategy. She gathered every piece of documentation she could find. She even tracked down old friends from her marriage to Trevor, people who remembered his comments about her being broken, people who'd witnessed his cruelty disguised as frustration. "This is good," Patricia said during their third meeting. "If he tries to paint himself as the victim, the father who didn't know his kids existed, we have witnesses who can testify that he was deliberately cruel about your fertility struggles. That matters." Diane also started talking to the kids. Carefully, gently. "Remember how you asked about your daddy?" she said one night at bedtime. Emma and Lily were in their twin beds. Noah in the bottom bunk of the bed they'd all share when they moved to a bigger place someday. 3 pairs of grey-green eyes looked at her intently. "We remember," Emma said. "You said he doesn't know about us." "That's right. But I'm thinking, maybe it's time he knew. Would you like to meet him? Does he want to meet us?" Noah asked, his voice small. Diane's heart broke. "I don't know, baby. But I think you deserve the chance to find out. What if he doesn't like us?" Lily's voice was worried. "Then that's his loss. Because you 3 are the most amazing kids in the entire world." Diane kissed each of their foreheads. "But we're going to go somewhere soon where your daddy will be. And you're going to see him. And he's going to see you." "Okay. Okay," they chorused, though Emma looked suspicious. That night, after they were asleep, Diane stood in their doorway and watched them breathe. 3 miracles. 3 lives that existed because of one last desperate attempt to save a dying marriage. Trevor had never wanted to admit it, but toward the end, the problem wasn't just her. The doctors had found issues with his sperm motility. Nothing catastrophic, but enough to make conception difficult. He'd refused to pursue treatment, refused to even discuss it. Instead, he doubled down on blaming Diane, on making her feel like her body was the enemy. And then, impossibly, on one of their last nights together, a sad, mechanical encounter neither of them had enjoyed, 3 eggs had been fertilized. 3 embryos had implanted. 3 miracles had happened. By the time Diane found out, Trevor was gone. Engaged to Jessica within 6 months. Married within a year. Moving on with his perfect white family and his perfect suburban house. Rewriting history to make Diane the villain in his story. Well, that story was about to get a lot more complicated. 5 days before the baby shower, Diane took the kids shopping. They needed outfits. Something nice, something that would photograph, well, something that would make it impossible for Trevor to miss the resemblance. "Why do we have to get fancy?" Emma complained, tugging at the collar of the dress Diane had picked out. "Because we're going to a party. A special party." "I don't like parties," Noah said quietly. "I know, buddy. But this one is important." They settled on coordinated outfits. The girls in navy dresses with white collars, Noah in a button-down shirt and tiny blazer. When Diane saw them all dressed up in the store mirror, her breath caught. They looked like Trevor. God, they looked so much like him. Same eyes, same facial structure, same serious expressions when they concentrated. There would be no denying it. No claiming she'd gotten pregnant by someone else. One look, and everyone at that baby shower would know exactly whose children these were. "We look fancy," Lily said, twirling in front of the mirror. "You look perfect," Diane corrected. That night, she hung their outfits in the closet and laid out her own dress. A deep burgundy wrap dress that fit her beautifully, that made her dark skin glow, that cost more than she'd ever spent on clothing in her life. Rachel had insisted on buying it. "You're going to walk in there looking like a queen," she'd said. "Like everything Trevor lost when he was stupid enough to leave you." Diane stared at the dress now and felt something shift in her chest. For 5 years, she'd been in survival mode. Working, parenting, just trying to get through each day. She'd forgotten what it felt like to be powerful, to be beautiful, to be more than just tired. 3 days before the shower, Trevor texted her. She stared at his name on her phone screen, the first contact in 6 years, and felt her heart race. "Jessica mentioned you're bringing your kids to the shower. I didn't know you had children. When did that happen?" Diane read the message 3 times. The audacity, the absolute audacity of this man. She typed, "About 6 years ago, right around the time you blocked my number." She deleted it. Tried again, they're 5. Do the math. Deleted that too. Finally settled on, "Looking forward to seeing you both. The kids are excited to meet everyone." His response came immediately. "How many kids?" 3. Triplets. A long pause. Then wow. "That's wow. Congratulations. See you Saturday." Diane set down her phone and laughed. It was a harsh, brittle sound. He had no idea. He was doing the math right now, counting back, starting to wonder. But he wouldn't believe it. Not yet. Not until he saw them. Rachel called that night. "You okay?" "Trevor texted me. He knows I'm bringing kids now." "What did he say?" "He congratulated me." Diane's voice was sharp with irony. "On my triplets. That I've had for 5 years. 6 years after we got divorced. Do you think he's figured it out?" "No. He's probably assuming I met someone else. Moved on. Got the family I always wanted." Diane stared at the ceiling. "He can't imagine that those kids are his. That I was telling the truth 6 years ago when I called him. His ego won't let him believe it." "Good. Let it be a surprise." "Oh, it will be." Diane closed her eyes. "It definitely will be." The night before the baby shower, Diane couldn't sleep. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, going over every possible scenario. Trevor's shock. Jessica's confusion. The guests' whispers. The moment everyone realized that the ex-wife he'd invited to Humiliate was about to upend his entire life. At 2 a.m., she got up and went to the kitchen. Made tea. Sat at the table where Trevor's invitation still sat, that cruel little note mocking her. "Thought you'd want to see what a real family looks like." She picked up a pen and wrote on the back of the invitation, words she'd never send but needed to say. "I have been looking at a real family for 5 years. Every morning when your children wake up. Every night when I tuck them in. Every moment they laugh or cry or need me. That's a real family. And you missed all of it because you were too proud to believe me." She folded the note, tucked it into her purse. Tomorrow, she thought. Tomorrow, everything changes. Tomorrow, Trevor Morrison was going to learn what it cost to call a desperate woman a liar. Tomorrow, the truth was coming home. Dear family, Diane is about to reveal Trevor's children after 5 years of raising them alone. Some say she waited too long. Others say she's protecting herself. As a black single mother facing a wealthy white ex-husband, what challenges do you think she'll face when the truth comes out? Drop your perspective below. Saturday morning arrived cold and bright. Diane woke at 6, her stomach churning with anticipation and dread. She lay in bed for a moment, listening to the quiet of the apartment before the chaos of 3 5-year-olds waking up. This was it. The day she'd been planning for 3 weeks. The day that would change everything. She got up, showered, and stood in front of the mirror for a long moment. Her dark skin was smooth, flawless. She'd taken care with her skincare routine last night. Her natural hair was styled in elegant twists that framed her face. At 34, she looked good. Better than good. She looked like a woman who'd survived and thrived. not the broken, desperate woman Trevor had left behind. She remembered the first time she'd met Trevor's parents. 8 years ago, when they were newly engaged and everything still felt possible. His mother, Catherine Morrison, had opened the door of their Bellevue estate and looked Diane up and down with an expression that was carefully, perfectly neutral. "So you're the girl," Catherine had said. Not unkind, just assessing. Trevor had squeezed Diane's hand. "Mom, this is Diane. Diane, my mother." The dinner had been excruciating. Catherine asking pointed questions about Diane's family, her education, her prospects. Trevor's father, Richard, barely speaking except to discuss business with his son. The whole evening felt like an audition Diane hadn't known she was attending. Later, in the car, Trevor had been apologetic. "They're just protective. They'll warm up to you." They never had. Catherine had made it clear, in 1,000 subtle ways, that Diane wasn't what she'd envisioned for her successful architect son. Too urban. Too ethnic, her word, said with a delicate wince. Not from the right kind of family. "She's just old-fashioned," Trevor would say whenever Diane brought it up. "It's generational. She doesn't mean anything by it. But she did mean something by it." And as their marriage progressed, as the fertility struggles mounted, Catherine's disappointment had metastasized into something uglier. "Maybe it's genetic," Catherine had said once, at a family dinner Diane would never forget. They'd been discussing Diane and Trevor's latest failed IVF cycle. "Some populations just have more difficulties with these things. I read an article about it." Diane had frozen, fork halfway to her mouth. "What did you just say?" "Catherine," Richard had warned. But Trevor's mother had continued, oblivious or uncaring. "I'm just saying, maybe you're not compatible. Biologically. These things happen when you mix." She'd caught herself, smiled tightly. "When you have two very different backgrounds." Trevor had said nothing. Had just sat there, cutting his steak, while his mother implied that Diane's black body was somehow incompatible with his white genetics. Diane had excused herself to the bathroom and cried silently for 10 minutes. When she'd confronted Trevor later, he'd been defensive. "She didn't mean it like that. You're being too sensitive. Your mother just suggested I can't get pregnant because I'm black. She suggested our genetics might not be compatible. That's different." "It's not different, Trevor. It's racism. Dressed up in pseudoscience, but still racism." He'd sighed, like she was being difficult. "Can we not make everything about race? Please. It's exhausting." That phrase, "it's exhausting," had become a refrain throughout their marriage. Every time Diane pointed out his mother's microaggressions, every time she mentioned feeling excluded at his firm's parties, where she was often the only person of color in the room, every time she tried to explain what it felt like to be constantly othered, constantly assessed, constantly found wanting. "It's exhausting," he'd say, as if her exhaustion, the bone-deep weariness of navigating a world and a marriage that constantly reminded her she didn't quite fit, was somehow an imposition on him. Toward the end, he'd stopped pretending to care at all. "Maybe my mother was right," he'd said during one of their final fights. "Maybe we're just too different. Maybe I need someone who understands my world. My culture." "Your culture?" Diane had stared at him. "Trevor, we live in the same city. We work in the same profession. What culture are you talking about?" But she'd known. He meant someone white. Someone who could glide through his family gatherings without making Catherine uncomfortable. Someone who wouldn't bring up race or ask difficult questions or force him to examine his own privilege. Someone who wasn't her. When he'd started dating Jessica, white blonde from a good family in Bellevue, Diane had understood perfectly. This was what Trevor had always wanted. What his mother had always wanted for him. The picture-perfect life that didn't require uncomfortable conversations or self-reflection. And when he'd blamed Diane for their infertility, when he'd made her body the villain in their story, she'd recognized it for what it was, the final othering. Her black body had failed to give him what he wanted, so it was easy to walk away, easy to rewrite their history, easy to tell everyone that she was the problem. "Mommy, why are you crying?" Diane looked up to find Noah standing in her bedroom doorway, clutching his stuffed elephant. She quickly wiped her eyes, forced a smile. "I'm not crying, baby. Just thinking." "About the party?" "Yes, about the party." She held out her arms, and he climbed into her lap, warm and solid and real. "Are you nervous?" He nodded against her shoulder. "Me too," she admitted. "But we're going to be okay. All of us together. Will our daddy like us?" The question broke her heart. She held Noah tighter. "Baby, if he doesn't like you, that's his problem. Not yours. You are perfect exactly as you are. But you said he didn't know about us because he didn't believe you." Diane closed her eyes. She'd tried to be honest with the kids without poisoning them against Trevor, but 5-year-olds were perceptive. They understood more than adults gave them credit for. "That's right. He didn't believe me. And that was wrong of him. Very wrong." She pulled back to look at Noah's face. Trevor's face, really, just smaller and softer and more beautiful than Trevor had ever been. "But today, he's going to see you. All 3 of you. And he's going to have to deal with the truth. What if he's mad? Then he's mad. That's not your responsibility, Noah. None of this is your responsibility." Emma and Lily appeared in the doorway now, drawn by the sound of voices. Within moments, all 3 kids were piled on Diane's bed, a tangle of limbs and morning breath and questions. "Do we really have to wear the fancy clothes?" Emma asked. "Yes. Can we bring toys?" Lily wanted to know. "Small ones. Quiet ones. Will there be other kids there?" Noah was always worried about this. "Probably. But you'll have each other." Rachel arrived at 9 to help with the final preparations. She took one look at Diane and whistled. "Okay, you look incredible. Like, I'm about to ruin a man's whole life incredible. That's the goal. And the kids, oh my God, look at them. They're perfect." Rachel knelt down to adjust Noah's collar. "You 3 are about to blow some minds today. You know that?" "Why?" Emma asked suspiciously. "Because you're smart and beautiful, and about to meet some people who've needed a wake-up call for a very long time." By 10:30, they were ready. Diane stood in her living room, looking at her children, her babies, Trevor's babies, the miracles he'd never believed in, and felt something settle in her chest. "Okay," she said. "Let's do this." The Morrison house looked exactly like it did in the photos Trevor posted on social media. Diane had finally unblocked him last week, just to see what she was walking into. A sprawling modern farmhouse in Laurelhurst, all white siding and black trim and manicured landscaping. The kind of house that screamed money in a way that was supposed to look understated. There were already a dozen cars in the driveway and lining the street. Diane's modest sedan looked out of place among the Teslas and BMWs. "Wow," Lily breathed from her car seat. "That's a big house." "It's ostentatious," Emma declared, trying out a new vocabulary word. Rachel, who'd insisted on coming, squeezed Diane's shoulder from the passenger seat. "You ready?" "No, but I'm doing it anyway." They got the kids out of the car, a process that required coordinating coats and toys, and reminding Emma not to step in the puddle. Diane adjusted her own coat, checked her reflection in the car window one more time. "You look like someone who survived," she told herself. "You look like someone who won." They walked up the pathway to the house. The front door was open, music and laughter spilling out. Through the windows, Diane could see the party in full swing, balloons, a banner reading, "OH Boy," in blue letters, a dessert table that probably cost more than her car. She paused at the threshold, one hand on Emma's shoulder, the other holding Noah's hand. Lily gripped Rachel's fingers tightly. "Here we go," Diane murmured. They stepped inside. The first person to notice them was a woman Diane vaguely recognized. Someone from Trevor's architecture firm. Her eyes widened slightly at the sight of Diane, then dropped to the three children, and Diane watched the recognition dawn like sunrise. The resemblance was unmistakable. The woman's mouth opened slightly. She turned to whisper something to the man beside her. Within 30 seconds, a ripple effect spread through the room. Conversations dying. Heads turning. People staring at Diane and the three 5-year-olds, who all had Trevor Morrison's distinctive grey-green eyes. And then, across the room, Trevor saw her. He'd been in the middle of a conversation with an older couple, probably Jessica's parents. Wine glass in hand, smile on his face. The smile froze when he saw Diane. Then his gaze dropped to the children, and Diane watched every bit of color drain from his face. He said something to the couple, some excuse, and started making his way through the crowd toward her. His expression was carefully controlled, but Diane could see the panic in his eyes. "Diane." His voice was tight, forced casual. "You made it. And these must be your—" He stopped. Stared. Up close, the resemblance was even more obvious. Emma's stubborn chin. Lily's serious expression. Noah's exact facial structure. "Trevor," Diane said calmly. "Thank you for the invitation. These are my children. Emma, Lily, and Noah. Kids, this is Mr. Morrison." "Daddy," Noah said suddenly, his small voice cutting through the noise of the party. The room went silent. Trevor's face went from pale to grey. "What?" "You're our daddy," Lily said matter-of-factly. "Mommy showed us pictures." Emma just stared at him, assessing. "You're taller than I thought." Trevor looked at Diane with something like horror. His mouth opened and closed, no sound coming out. Around them, the party guests had gone completely silent, all eyes on this unfolding drama. "I tried to tell you," Diane said quietly, for his ears only. 6 years ago. Remember? When I called you 2 weeks after the divorce and said I was pregnant. And you laughed and called me a liar and blocked my number. "No." Trevor was shaking his head. "No, you're not. This isn't." "I'm not what?" "Not telling the truth. Not really their mother." Diane's voice hardened. "Or are they not really your children? Because we can do a paternity test right now if you want. I have the kits in my purse." Jessica appeared then, visibly pregnant, confusion written across her pretty face. "Trevor? What's going on? Who are these children?" Trevor couldn't speak. He was still staring at the triplets, at the undeniable evidence of his own features reflected back at him ×3. "I'm Diane," Diane said, extending her hand to Jessica with more grace than the situation warranted. "Trevor's ex-wife. These are our children. Emma, Lily, and Noah. They're 5 years old. We conceived them right before the divorce. Actually, the night Trevor gave me his 'this isn't working' speech. Ironic timing." Jessica's eyes went huge. She looked at Trevor, at the children, back at Trevor. You have children? 3 children? And you never told me?" "I didn't know." Trevor's voice cracked. "I swear, Jessica, I didn't know. She never. She said she was pregnant, but I thought." "You thought I was lying," Diane finished. "You told me I was making it up to manipulate you. You said it was impossible because we'd tried for 5 years. You said, and I quote, 'have some dignity.' Then you blocked my number. Because it didn't make sense." Trevor's composure was cracking. "We tried for years. Years of tests and treatments, and nothing worked. And suddenly you're pregnant 2 weeks after I leave? It sounded like..." "Like what?" Diane's voice was ice. "Like a desperate black woman trying to trap you? Like I was baby trapping you with a convenient pregnancy? Is that what you thought? The racial element hung in the air like smoke. Several guests shifted uncomfortably. Jessica looked like she might faint. That's not what Trevor stopped, seemed to realize how this looked. How it had always looked. I didn't believe it was possible. You didn't want to believe it was possible, Diane corrected. Because believing it would have meant acknowledging that maybe the infertility wasn't my fault. Maybe it was just bad timing. Maybe your sperm motility issues. You remember those, right? The tests you refused to discuss. Maybe those were part of the problem. But that would have required you to see me as something other than your broken black wife, who couldn't give you what you needed. Diane. No, you don't get to Diane me. Not now. Not after 6 years. Her voice rose slightly, and she was aware of every single person in this room listening to every word. Good. Let them hear it. You made me feel defective. You told our friends I was the reason we couldn't have kids. You let your mother make comments about genetic incompatibility and biological differences, and you said nothing. You watched me shrink and break and hate my own body, and then you left me for someone who fit your family's vision better. Trevor's face was red now. That's not fair. Fair? Diane laughed, sharp and bitter. You want to talk about fair? I called you 2 weeks after our divorce was finalized. Scared and pregnant and alone. And you called me a liar. You blocked me. You moved on with your life while I was trying to figure out how to survive as a single mother with 3 newborns. No child support. No help. Nothing. Because you decided I was making it up. Jessica was crying now, one hand on her pregnant belly. Trevor, is this true? Did you really? I didn't know. Trevor's voice was desperate. How was I supposed to know she was telling the truth? You could have asked for proof. Diane's control finally snapped. You could have asked to see the test results. You could have requested a paternity test. You could have done literally anything except laugh in my face and block my number. But you didn't, because deep down you were relieved. Relieved to be done with me. Relieved to move on to someone easier. Someone who wouldn't force you to examine your own shit. The silence that followed was crushing. Noah had started crying quietly. Emma had her arms crossed, glaring at Trevor with pure 5-year-old judgment. Lily was hiding behind Rachel's legs. An older woman stepped forward, Catherine Morrison, Trevor's mother. Diane recognized her immediately. She looked exactly the same, elegant, cold, assessing. This is quite a scene you're making, Diane, Catherine said, her voice dripping with disdain. Showing up at my son's baby shower with these children, making these accusations. These aren't accusations, Catherine. These are facts. Diane turned to face her former mother-in-law. And I'm not making a scene. I'm accepting an invitation. Trevor invited me to see what a real family looks like. So here we are. His real family. The one he refused to believe existed. Catherine's expression twisted into something ugly. Those children could be anyone's. Mom. Trevor looked horrified. But Catherine continued. She was always trying to trap you. Always making everything about her racial grievances. Always playing the victim. That's enough. Patricia Wells stepped into the house behind Diane, briefcase in hand. Diane hadn't even realized her lawyer had arrived. Mrs. Morrison, I'd be very careful about what you say next. We're recording this conversation, and anything that could be construed as defamation or racial discrimination will be used in the custody and child support case we're filing Monday morning. Trevor's face went even paler. Custody case? Did you think I wouldn't protect my children? Diane asked quietly. Did you think I'd just show up here, drop this bomb, and walk away? No. You wanted to see what a real family looks like. Here it is. And now you're going to support it. 5 years of back child support, plus ongoing payments. And if you want visitation with these kids, you're going to have to prove you deserve it. This is insane, Trevor started. What's insane, Patricia interrupted smoothly, is that you invited your ex-wife to your baby shower specifically to humiliate her, not knowing that she'd been raising your children for 5 years. What's insane is that you refused to believe her when she tried to tell you about the pregnancy. What's insane is that your mother just implied those children aren't yours based on nothing but racial prejudice. She smiled, sharp and dangerous. So yes, Mr. Morrison, things are about to get very complicated for you. Jessica was sobbing openly now. Several guests had pulled out their phones, recording or texting or calling lawyers. Diane didn't know. The baby shower was officially ruined. And Diane felt nothing but cold, clean relief. I think it's time we leave, Rachel said quietly, her hand on Diane's arm. Diane nodded. She knelt down in front of the triplets. Come on, babies. Let's go home. But we just got here, Emma protested. I know, but this party isn't for us. She kissed each of their foreheads. You did so good. So brave. I'm proud of you. As they turned to leave, Trevor found his voice again. Diane, wait. Please. Can we talk about this? Somewhere private. She looked at him for a long moment. The man she'd loved. The man she'd tried so hard to please. The man who'd broken her in ways she was still healing from. No, she said simply. You had 6 years to talk to me. You chose not to. Now you can talk to my lawyer. She walked out of the Morrison house with her head high, her children beside her, and Rachel's steadying presence at her back. Behind them, she heard Jessica's voice rising. 3 children, Trevor? You have 3 children, and you never told me? The door closed, muffling whatever Trevor's response was. In the car, Diane's hands finally started shaking. Rachel reached over and squeezed them. You did it, Rachel said. Holy shit, Diane. You actually did it. I did it, Diane repeated, the words not quite real yet. From the back seat, Noah asked in a small voice, Is Daddy mad at us? Diane turned to look at her son, at all 3 of her children, confused and upset and looking to her for answers. No, baby, she said gently. Daddy's not mad at you. He's mad at himself. Because he's realizing what he missed. And that's not your fault. That's his. He didn't seem very nice, Emma observed. No, Diane agreed. He didn't. But that's not about you either. That's about him. As Rachel drove away from the Morrison house, Diane looked back one more time. Through the window, she could see people gesturing, arguing. Trevor with his head in his hands. Jessica crying. Catherine looking furious. The perfect suburban facade finally cracked open. The truth finally free. And Diane, finally, released from the weight of carrying it alone. The first call came 20 minutes after they left the Morrison house. Diane was still shaking, the adrenaline from the confrontation making her hands tremble as she buckled the kids into their car seats. Her phone buzzed insistently in her purse. Don't answer it, Rachel said, glancing at the screen. It's Trevor. I wasn't going to. Diane's voice was steady, but inside she felt like she might shatter. Patricia said all communication goes through her now. The phone buzzed again, and again. By the time they pulled into Diane's apartment complex, she had 17 missed calls from Trevor and 6 from numbers she didn't recognize. Mommy, why is your phone making so much noise? Lily asked. Just some people trying to reach me, baby. Nothing to worry about. But she was worried. Not about Trevor. He'd made his bed. He could lie in it. She was worried about what came next. The legal battle Patricia had warned her about. The custody fight. The way the world would look at a black single mother trying to keep her children from their wealthy white father. She was worried about being painted as the villain in a story where she'd been the victim all along. Inside the apartment, Rachel made hot chocolate while Diane got the kids settled. They were wound up from the strange morning, full of questions she didn't know how to answer. Why was that lady crying? Noah wanted to know. Because she was surprised, baby. Sometimes grown-ups cry when they're surprised. Was she mad at us? Emma's voice was small, uncertain. No, sweetie. None of this is about you. None of this is your fault. Diane knelt in front of her daughter, took both her hands. Listen to me. All three of you. What happened today, that was about grown-up problems. Grown-up mistakes. You three are perfect. You are wanted. You are loved. Okay. Okay, they chorused, though Emma still looked suspicious. Diane set them up with a movie and retreated to the kitchen, where Rachel was waiting with 2 mugs of coffee. Your phone is still going crazy, Rachel observed. Diane silenced it without looking. Patricia said not to engage. That everything Trevor says can be used in court. Smart. Rachel took a sip of her coffee. So what now? Now we wait. Patricia files for child support and custody terms on Monday. Trevor will get served. Then, Diane trailed off, exhaustion suddenly overwhelming her. Then it gets ugly. It's already ugly. It's going to get worse. Diane pulled out her phone, finally looked at the messages. Most were from Trevor, desperate, angry, pleading. A few were from numbers she didn't recognize. And one was from Jessica. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. None of this is fair to you or those beautiful children. I hope you can forgive me for being part of this pain, even unknowingly. Jessica. Diane stared at the message for a long moment. Jessica was innocent in all this. She'd been lied to just as much as anyone. But she was also pregnant with Trevor's child. The legitimate one, the planned one, the one that fit the narrative he'd been building for 6 years. She didn't respond. Couldn't respond. What was there to say? Rachel was watching her. What are you thinking? That I just blew up 4 lives. 5, if you count Jessica's baby. Diane set down her phone. The kids are going to have questions I don't know how to answer. Trevor is going to fight me on everything. His family is going to make this a nightmare. And somewhere in all of this, there's an innocent woman who just found out her entire marriage is built on a lie. None of that is your fault. Isn't it? I could have tried harder to reach Trevor. Could have hired a lawyer 6 years ago, forced him to acknowledge the pregnancy. Stop. Rachel's voice was sharp. Don't you dare do this. Don't you dare take on guilt for his choices. He's the one who called you a liar. He's the one who blocked you. He's the one who built a new life without looking back. You survived. You raised 3 kids alone. You did nothing wrong. Diane wanted to believe her. But already, she could imagine the narrative that would be spun. The bitter ex-wife who kept children's secret out of spite. The woman who only revealed the truth to ruin her ex-husband's happiness. The single mother who wanted child support money, who'd probably been trying to trap him all along. And underneath it all, the quiet racism that would color every judgment. What did he expect, marrying a black woman? They always have an agenda. She'd heard Catherine Morrison's version of that sentiment enough times during her marriage. Now it would be amplified, legitimized, used against her in family court. Her phone rang again. This time it was Patricia. I saw the video, Patricia said without preamble when Diane answered. What video? Someone at the party posted it on social media. It's already going viral. You confronting Trevor, his mother making that could be anyone's comment, the whole thing. Patricia's voice was grim. I need you to not respond to any messages, any calls, any social media posts. Nothing. We're going to use this video in court. It shows Trevor's initial reaction, proves the children's resemblance, and captures his mother's racial bias. But only if you don't give them ammunition by engaging. Diane's stomach turned. It's online? People are watching my life fall apart online. It's getting traction. The narrative is mostly in your favor right now. Black single mother reveals secret children to deadbeat dad at his baby shower. But that can change quickly depending on how Trevor's team spins it. So silence. Complete silence. Understood. Understood. After Patricia hung up, Diane made the mistake of looking. She found the video on 3 different platforms, shared hundreds of times already. The comments were a mix of support and venom. Good for her. He deserved to be exposed. This is manipulative. She kept those kids secret for years. Look at his face when he sees them. You can tell they're his. Gold digger trying to cash in now that he's successful. His mother's racism jumped out. Could be anyone's? Girl. She's just mad he moved on with someone better. Each comment was a knife. Each judgment from strangers who didn't know her, didn't know the full story, didn't understand the years of pain and survival that had led to this moment. Rachel grabbed the phone from her hand. Stop. You're torturing yourself. They think I'm a gold digger. They think I kept the kids secret on purpose. Some of them do. Others think you're a hero. You can't control the narrative, Diane. You can only control your actions. Rachel's voice softened. And your actions have been to protect and raise 3 beautiful kids for 5 years. That's what matters. Not what strangers on the internet think. By Sunday morning, the story had made local news. Architect confronted by ex-wife at baby shower, learns he's father to 5-year-old triplets, read one headline. Viral video shows dramatic family confrontation at gender reveal party, read another. Someone had dug up Trevor's social media, his professional bio, photos of his house. They'd found Diane's LinkedIn, her employment history. The story was being picked apart by people who'd never met either of them, analyzed by armchair psychologists and relationship experts. Diane's phone had been ringing constantly since yesterday. She'd blocked 37 numbers, turned off social media notifications, ignored messages from people she'd gone to high school with, people she barely remembered, all wanting to know the story, wanting to be part of the drama. The kids sensed something was wrong. They were quieter than usual, more clingy. Emma had wet the bed for the first time in 2 years. Noah wouldn't let Diane out of his sight. Lily kept asking when they could go back to normal. This is normal now, Diane had said, trying to keep her voice light. Just a new kind of normal. We're okay. But she didn't feel okay. Sunday afternoon, her mother called. Diane almost didn't answer. Her mother, Gloria, had been furious when she found out about the secret triplets 5 years ago. They'd gone 6 months without speaking. Even now, their relationship was strained, colored by Gloria's disappointment in Diane's choices. I saw the news, Gloria said without preamble. Saw that video. Everyone's seen it. I know. Why didn't you tell me you were going to do this? Because you would have tried to stop me. Damn right I would have. Gloria's voice was sharp. Do you have any idea what you've done? The target you've just painted on your back? On those children's backs? I told the truth. That's all I did. The truth. Gloria laughed, bitter. Baby, the truth doesn't matter when you're a black woman going up against a rich white man. The truth doesn't pay legal bills. The truth doesn't protect you when his family comes after custody. The truth doesn't. She stopped, took a breath. I'm worried about you. About my grandbabies. We'll be fine. You don't know that. I've seen this before, Diane. Women who think they can win against men like Trevor Morrison. Women who think the system will be fair. It won't be. You know it won't be. Diane did know. She'd been navigating that unfairness her entire life. Every job interview where she had to be twice as qualified. Every apartment viewing where landlords suddenly had no vacancies. Every interaction with teachers, doctors, authority figures who looked at her and saw stereotype instead of person. She knew the system wasn't built for women who looked like her. But she also knew she couldn't keep living with the weight of Trevor's lie. Couldn't keep pretending his version of their history was the truth. "I have a good lawyer," she said finally. "Patricia Wells. She knows what we're up against." "Patricia Wells?" Gloria's voice changed. "The Patricia Wells? From the Johnson case. You know her? Everyone knows her. She's the one who took down that superintendent who was discriminating against black families in the school district. She's good. Expensive, but good." A pause. "How are you paying for her?" "I have savings. And she's working partially on contingency. If we get child support, she takes a percentage." "Smart." Gloria sighed. "I still think you should have told me. Should have let me help. You've made it clear how you feel about my choices, Mom." "I made it clear I was worried." "There's a difference." Another pause. "Those babies, your babies, they deserve to know their father. Even if he's a fool. You did the right thing telling him. I wish the world was kinder to black women who tell the truth." After the call ended, Diane sat on her couch and let herself cry. Not the dramatic, cathartic crying she'd imagined. Just quiet tears that slid down her face while Frozen played on TV, and her children argued over who got to be Elsa. Rachel found her like that an hour later. Didn't say anything. Just sat down beside her and held her hand while they watched cartoon characters sing about letting go. Monday morning, Patricia filed the paperwork. Diane got the call at work, where she'd been trying to focus on a housing project that suddenly felt trivial compared to everything else. "It's done," Patricia said. "Trevor will be served today. We're requesting full custody with his supervised visitation pending establishment of a relationship with the children, plus 5 years of back child support at $2,500 per child per month. That's $450,000 total, plus ongoing payments." Diane's breath caught. "That much? That's based on his income as a senior architect at one of the city's top firms, plus the cost of raising triplets alone for 5 years. We're also requesting he cover half of all medical expenses, childcare, and education costs going forward." Patricia's voice was businesslike, but Diane could hear the satisfaction underneath. "He's going to fight this. His lawyer will claim you kept the children from him deliberately, that you don't deserve back support because he didn't know they existed. But I tried to tell him, and we have evidence of that. The call logs, the blocked number, witness testimony about his reaction when you called. Plus that video from the party where his own shock proves he genuinely didn't know." Patricia paused. "The video is actually our best asset. It shows his immediate recognition of the resemblance, his mother's racial bias, and his admission that he thought you were lying. It's going to be hard for him to claim you deliberately hid the children when there's video evidence of him refusing to believe you." "What about custody? Will he try to take them?" "He'll try. Men like Trevor don't like losing control, and right now he's lost all of it. He'll argue that you're unfit, that you're vindictive, that the children would be better off in his more stable home environment." Patricia's voice hardened. "But we have 5 years of documentation showing you as the sole provider. School records, medical records, testimony from teachers and doctors. We have evidence of his family's racism. And most importantly, we have those children's best interests. They don't know Trevor. Ripping them away from the only parent they've ever known would be traumatic. So we'll win. We'll fight. Whether we win depends on the judge, the arguments, and how well Trevor's team can spin the narrative." A pause. "Diane, I need to prepare you for something. Trevor's going to go after your character. He's going to paint you as bitter, vindictive, possibly mentally unstable. He's going to use your race against you, not explicitly, but through coded language about stability and environment and cultural differences. Diane had been expecting this, but hearing it stated so baldly still hurt. What do I do? You stay calm. You document everything. You keep being the excellent mother you've been for 5 years. And you let me handle Trevor. Patricia's voice softened slightly. You've already done the hard part. You survived him. You raised those kids alone. You told the truth. Now you let the legal system do its job. After the call, Diane sat at her desk and stared at the blueprints in front of her. Lines and measurements and structural supports. Everything carefully calculated to bear weight, to withstand pressure, to remain standing even in the worst conditions. She thought about her own foundations, what she'd built over 5 years, the life she'd constructed from nothing, raising 3 children on a single income, surviving in a world that wasn't designed for women like her to succeed. Trevor could come after her with all his money and lawyers and family connections, but he couldn't take away what she'd already built. He couldn't erase 5 years of her children knowing her as the only parent they needed. By Monday afternoon, Trevor's response had arrived. Patricia forwarded it to Diane with a warning: don't react. Just read and let me handle this. The legal document was 20 pages of accusations and counter-arguments. Trevor's lawyer was good. Diane could see that immediately. They'd structured the entire argument around the idea that Diane had deliberately kept the children secret, that she'd tried to contact Trevor once and then given up without pursuing legal channels, that she'd denied him his parental rights for 5 years. Ms. Lawson made a single phone call, then disappeared with 3 children she knew were Mr. Morrison's biological offspring. She made no attempt to establish paternity through legal means. She filed for no child support. She created no custody arrangement. Instead, she chose to raise the children in secret, denying Mr. Morrison any opportunity to be involved in their lives. This is not the behavior of a woman who wanted to co-parent. This is the behavior of a woman seeking to punish her ex-husband for moving on with his life. The document went on to paint Diane as unstable, vindictive, possibly suffering from some kind of post-divorce psychological break. It suggested that her decision to reveal the children at Trevor's baby shower was calculated to cause maximum emotional harm, and showed a pattern of manipulative behavior. It requested immediate joint custody with a 50-50 split, supervised visitation for Diane until she could prove she was emotionally stable, and a full psychological evaluation of all parties. Diane read it twice, feeling sicker each time. "They're making me the villain," she said when Patricia called to discuss it. "They're acting like I kidnapped his children and hid them out of spite. That's exactly what they're doing. And we're going to dismantle it piece by piece." Patricia's voice was firm. "First, we're going to subpoena Trevor's phone records from 6 years ago. They'll show that he blocked your number immediately after you tried to contact him about the pregnancy. Second, we're going to depose his friends and family members who were present during your marriage. They'll testify about his public statements regarding your infertility and his relief at leaving the marriage. Third, we're using that video. His mother's comment about the children being anyone's shows exactly the kind of racial bias that informed his initial refusal to believe you. What about the psychological evaluation? We'll agree to it. You have nothing to hide. You've been raising 3 well-adjusted children for 5 years while holding down a job and managing everything alone. Any competent psychologist will see that you're stable, capable, and acting in your children's best interests." Patricia paused. "But Diane, you need to be prepared for this to get personal. They're going to dig into everything: your finances, your relationships, your mental health history. They're looking for anything they can use to paint you as unfit. I've never even had therapy. You might want to start. Not because there's anything wrong with you, but because having a therapist who can testify to your mental stability is a good defense against their accusations. After the call, Diane sat in her car in the work parking lot and tried to breathe. This was really happening. The legal battle Patricia had warned her about. The dismantling of her privacy, her life, her character, all because she'd told the truth. That night, after the kids were in bed, Diane finally let herself fall apart. Rachel found her on the bathroom floor, crying silently into her hands, trying not to make noise that would wake the children. Hey, it's okay. Rachel slid down beside her, wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Let it out. You've been holding it together for days. Let it out. I can't do this, Diane whispered. I can't fight him. I can't afford this lawyer. I can't put my kids through a custody battle. I can't. Yes, you can. You've been doing impossible things for 5 years. This is just one more. But what if I lose? What if the judge decides Trevor's right, that I'm vindictive and unstable, and the kids would be better off with him? Diane looked up, her face wet with tears. What if I did the wrong thing? What if I should have just stayed quiet, kept them safe from all this? Then they would have grown up not knowing their father, wondering why you kept them secret, eventually resenting you for it. Rachel's voice was gentle but firm. You did the right thing, Diane. Trevor's the one who refused to believe you. Trevor's the one who blocked you. Trevor's the one who built a new life without looking back. You just stopped protecting him from the consequences of his choices. His lawyer says I'm manipulative, that I revealed them at the baby shower to cause maximum harm. His lawyer is doing his job, which is to defend an indefensible position. But you know what? That video shows the truth. Everyone who watches it can see Trevor's shock, his recognition, his mother's racism. The narrative is on your side. For now. But narratives change. Especially for black women. Especially when we're going up against white men with money and power. Rachel didn't argue with that. They both knew it was true. Instead, she said, then we make sure the truth is so loud, so documented, so undeniable that no narrative can drown it out. We fight, and we win. Because those 3 babies sleeping in there deserve both their parents. Even if one of them is a coward who took 6 years to show up. The psychological evaluation was scheduled for the following week. In the meantime, Diane went through the motions of normal life. Took the kids to school. Went to work. Made dinner. Read bedtime stories. Pretended everything was fine even as her world tilted on its axis. The video had continued to spread. By Wednesday, it had been viewed over 2 million times. Think pieces were being written about it. Legal analysts were debating the case on morning talk shows. Someone had started a GoFundMe for Diane's legal fees that had raised $30,000 before she even knew it existed. You should take it, Patricia advised. Legal defense is expensive, and public support matters in cases like this. So Diane accepted the money from strangers who believed her story, who saw her as someone worth defending. It felt surreal and humbling and terrifying all at once. Thursday, Trevor tried to see the children. He showed up at their school at pickup time, standing by the playground like he had every right to be there. Diane saw him before the kids did, and her heart stopped. Stay in the car, she told Rachel, who'd come along for moral support. I'll handle this. She approached Trevor with her phone already recording. Patricia had insisted she document every interaction. What are you doing here? Her voice was steady, even though her hands were shaking. Trevor looked terrible. Unshaven, red-eyed, like he hadn't slept in days. I wanted to see them. My kids. I need to see them. You can't be here. The custody arrangement isn't finalized yet. You showing up at their school is. They're my children, Diane. His voice cracked. I have a right. You have no rights yet. Not until the court says so. She kept her phone trained on him. You need to leave. Now. Or I'm calling the police. Please. The word was broken, desperate. Please, just let me talk to them. 5 minutes. I just want to tell them I'm sorry. That I didn't know. That I would have been there if I'd known. For a moment, just a moment, Diane felt a flicker of sympathy. This was the man she'd loved. The man she'd tried so hard to build a life with. He looked destroyed, and part of her understood why. He'd missed 5 years of his children's lives. First steps and first words and first days of school. All because he'd been too proud to believe her. But then she remembered the cruelty. The way he'd made her feel broken. The way he'd let his mother make racist comments about her body. The way he'd called her a liar and blocked her number. The way he'd invited her to his baby shower, specifically to rub her face in his new perfect life. You should have thought about that 6 years ago, she said quietly. When I called you. When I tried to tell you. You had a choice then, Trevor. You chose not to believe me. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. But please, Diane. He took a step toward her, and she took a step back. Please don't punish me forever. Don't keep my children from me. I'm not keeping them from you. The court is determining custody. If you want to see them, follow the legal process. But you don't get to show up at their school and demand access. That's not how this works. Teachers were watching now. Other parents. Someone was probably recording on their phone. Diane was hyper-aware of every eye on them, every judgment being formed. I love them, Trevor said, and he was crying now. I didn't know they existed, but I already love them. They're mine. Please. The school principal appeared, a stern-looking woman named Mrs. Patterson. Is there a problem here? This man is my ex-husband, Diane said clearly. He's not authorized to pick up my children. I need him to leave the premises. Mrs. Patterson looked at Trevor with the kind of professional coolness that came from years of dealing with difficult parents. Sir, if you're not on the authorized pickup list, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. Otherwise, I'll need to call security. Trevor looked between them. Diane with her phone still recording, Mrs. Patterson with her hand already on her walkie-talkie. He looked broken and desperate, and suddenly aware of how this appeared. Fine, he said finally. Fine. But Diane, he looked at her one more time. I'm not giving up. Those are my kids too. I'm not giving up. He walked away. Diane watched him go, her heart hammering, her phone still recording. Are you okay? Mrs. Patterson asked quietly. Yes. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Don't apologize. We have protocols for situations like this. I'll make a note in the system that he's not authorized for pickup. The principal's expression softened slightly. I saw the video. The one from the party. For what it's worth, I think you're very brave. Diane didn't feel brave. She felt exhausted and scared, and like she might shatter into 1,000 pieces. But she said thank you, and went to collect her children from their classrooms, and she didn't let them see her hands shaking. That night, Patricia called with an update. Trevor's lawyer has filed an emergency motion for immediate visitation rights. They're arguing that you showing up at his baby shower constitutes you acknowledging his paternity, and therefore he should have immediate access to the children. Can they do that? They can try. We have a hearing tomorrow afternoon. The judge will determine if Trevor gets supervised visitation while we work out the larger custody arrangement. Patricia's voice was grim. Be prepared for this to move fast. Trevor's scared. Scared he's going to lose his kids. Scared his reputation is destroyed. Scared his new wife is going to leave him. Rumor is Jessica moved back to her parents' house yesterday. She left him. Apparently finding out your husband has 3 secret children is a deal breaker. Who knew? Patricia's tone was dry. Anyway, this works in our favor. Trevor's life is falling apart. His marriage is imploding. His family is probably furious with him. He's desperate. Desperate people make mistakes. What kind of mistakes? Like showing up at the kids' school unauthorized. That was stupid. It makes him look unstable, possibly dangerous. We're going to use that tomorrow to argue he needs supervised visitation only. After the call, Diane sat with her children while they ate chicken nuggets and talked about their day. Normal kid stuff. Playground drama. A substitute teacher who let them have extra recess. Noah's pride at finishing a difficult puzzle. They had no idea their whole world was about to change. "Mommy," Emma asked suddenly, "are we going to have to see that man again? From the school?" Diane's heart clenched. His name is Trevor. And yes, probably. The judge is going to decide when and how. "I don't want to," Noah said quietly. "I know, baby." "He made you sad," Lily added. "At that party. He made you cry." "Sometimes grown-ups have complicated feelings," Diane said carefully. "But Trevor is your biological father. That means he helped make you. And the law says you should have a relationship with him, even if it's hard. Did he not want us?" Emma's voice was small, uncertain. That question, the one Diane had been dreading for 5 years. "He didn't know about you," she said finally. "I tried to tell him, but he didn't believe me. And that was his mistake. His loss. Because you three are the most wonderful, amazing, perfect kids in the world." "But why didn't he believe you?" Emma pressed. "How did you explain adult cruelty to a 5-year-old? How did you explain racism and prejudice, and the way some men would rather believe a woman was lying than admit they might be wrong?" "Sometimes," Diane said slowly, "people only believe what they want to believe. And Trevor didn't want to believe he had kids with me. So he convinced himself I was making it up. That wasn't about you. That was about him and his own problems." The kids were quiet, processing this. Then Noah said, "Do we have to love him?" "No, baby. You don't have to love anyone. Love is something you feel, not something you're forced to do." She pulled all 3 of them close. "But you do have to be respectful. And you have to give him a chance to be a father, even if he's late. Can you do that?" "I guess," they murmured, though none of them sounded convinced. That night, after they were asleep, Diane stood in their doorway and watched them breathe. 3 small bodies curled under blankets. 3 lives she'd fought so hard to protect. Tomorrow, a judge would decide if Trevor deserved access to them. And Diane could only hope that justice, for once, would be on her side. The courtroom was smaller than Diane expected. Institutional beige walls, fluorescent lighting, rows of wooden benches that looked like they'd been there since the 70s. It smelled like old paper and anxiety. Diane sat beside Patricia at the plaintiff's table, hands folded in her lap to keep them from shaking. She'd worn a navy suit, professional, conservative, the kind of outfit that said responsible mother rather than vindictive ex-wife. Her natural hair was pulled back in a low bun. Simple gold earrings. Minimal makeup. She looked like someone who belonged in a courtroom defending her children. She felt like she might throw up. Across the aisle, Trevor sat with his lawyer, a sharp-looking white man in his 50s named David Hutchinson. Trevor wore a charcoal suit that probably cost more than Diane's monthly rent. He looked haggard despite the expensive clothes. Dark circles under his eyes. A tightness around his mouth that spoke of sleepless nights. Good, Diane thought viciously. Let him suffer. Then, immediately felt guilty for thinking it. All rise for the Honorable Judge Elizabeth Brennan. Everyone stood. The judge entered. A black woman in her 60s with steel-grey hair and an expression that gave away nothing. Diane felt a flutter of hope. Maybe, just maybe, Judge Brennan would understand the complexities of this case in ways a white judge might not. Or maybe she'd be harder on Diane, expecting more from a black mother navigating this situation. There was no way to know. Be seated. Judge Brennan settled behind her bench, put on reading glasses, and studied the files in front of her. The silence stretched. This is a hearing regarding emergency visitation rights in the matter of Morrison versus Lawson. Mr. Hutchinson, you filed the emergency motion. Please state your case. Hutchinson stood, all smooth confidence. Thank you, Your Honor. My client, Trevor Morrison, has recently learned, much to his shock and distress, that he is the father of 5-year-old triplets. These children were kept secret from him for their entire lives by his ex-wife, Ms. Diane Lawson. Despite this egregious denial of his parental rights, Mr. Morrison wishes to establish an immediate relationship with his children. He is seeking supervised visitation while the larger custody arrangement is determined. Ms. Wells. Judge Brennan looked at Patricia. Patricia rose, and Diane was struck again by how commanding her presence was. Your Honor, Ms. Lawson did not keep these children secret out of malice. She informed Mr. Morrison of her pregnancy 6 years ago, 2 weeks after their divorce was finalized. Mr. Morrison refused to believe her, called her a liar, and blocked all further communication. Ms. Lawson then made the difficult decision to raise her children alone rather than force an unwanted relationship on a man who had made his disinterest clear. We're opposing emergency visitation because these children do not know Mr. Morrison. They have no relationship with him. Forcing immediate contact would be traumatic and not in their best interests. Judge Brennan was silent for a moment, studying both lawyers. I've reviewed the preliminary filings. Mr. Hutchinson, your client claims he was never informed of the pregnancy. That's correct, Your Honor. Ms. Lawson alleges she made one phone call, which my client does not recall. Phone records will show the call was made, Patricia interrupted, as well as several text messages that were never delivered because Mr. Morrison had blocked Ms. Lawson's number. We're not disputing that a call may have occurred, Hutchinson said smoothly. We're disputing Ms. Lawson's characterization of that call. My client has no memory of Ms. Lawson informing him of a pregnancy. What he does recall is Ms. Lawson making various attempts to contact him post-divorce, which he interpreted as harassment given the contentious nature of their separation. Diane's hands clenched under the table. Patricia squeezed her arm in warning. Don't react. Ms. Lawson, Judge Brennan said suddenly, I'd like to hear from you directly. Can you tell me, in your own words, what happened 6 years ago when you discovered you were pregnant? Diane's heart stopped. She looked at Patricia, who nodded slightly. She stood, her legs unsteady. Your Honor, I found out I was pregnant 2 weeks after my divorce from Trevor was finalized. I was shocked. We'd been trying for 5 years with no success. But the tests were positive, so I called Trevor immediately. Her voice wavered, then steadied. I told him I was pregnant, that I'd taken 3 tests, that I knew the timing seemed impossible, but it was true. He laughed at me, said I was making it up to manipulate him, said we'd tried for years, and I'd never gotten pregnant. So why would I suddenly be pregnant after he left? Then he told me to have some dignity and move on. And he blocked my number. Did you attempt to contact him through other means? I tried texting from my sister's phone. The messages went through, but he never responded. I thought about hiring a lawyer, but I was barely surviving financially. The divorce had left me with almost nothing. And honestly, Diane's voice broke. Honestly, I was hurt. And angry. He'd spent our entire marriage making me feel like my body was defective. Like I was less than. And then when I finally got pregnant, he called me a liar. So I decided to raise my children without him. to build a life where they wouldn't have to feel his disappointment or his rejection. That's a convenient narrative, Hutchinson interjected. Ms. Lawson frames herself as the victim, but the reality is she kept 3 children from their father for 5 years out of spite. Mr. Hutchinson, Judge Brennan's voice was sharp. I didn't ask for your commentary. Ms. Lawson, continue. Diane took a breath. I raised them alone. I worked full-time as an architectural designer, while my sister helped with childcare. I paid for everything, food, clothes, medical bills, daycare, all of it, on a single income. It was hard. It was exhausting. But those kids were healthy and happy and loved. And I told myself that was enough. Why did you decide to reveal their existence now? At Mr. Morrison's baby shower, of all places. Because he invited me. He sent me an invitation to his baby shower with a handwritten note that said, "Thought you'd want to see what a real family looks like." Diane's voice hardened. He wanted to rub my face in his new life. His new wife. His new baby that I supposedly couldn't give him. So I decided it was time he knew the truth. That I'd been raising his children, 3 of them, while he'd been playing happy family with someone else. So it was revenge. It was truth. Diane met Judge Brennan's eyes steadily. I'm not proud of the way I did it. But I'm not sorry he knows now. Those kids deserve to know their father exists, even if he's been absent for 5 years. Judge Brennan was quiet for a long moment. Then she turned to Trevor. Mr. Morrison, I'd like to hear from you. Stand, please. Trevor stood, looking nervous for the first time. Your Honor, tell me about this phone call Ms. Lawson claims she made. Do you remember it? Trevor hesitated. I remember her calling me several times after the divorce. I thought she was having trouble letting go. Our marriage had been difficult, especially toward the end. The infertility struggles took a toll on both of us. Did she tell you she was pregnant? Another hesitation. I don't specifically remember that conversation. But if she did say something about being pregnant, I didn't believe it. We'd been trying for 5 years. Multiple doctors had told us conception was unlikely. For her to suddenly be pregnant right after I left, it seemed impossible. It seemed like... He trailed off. Like what, Mr. Morrison? Like something she'd make up to get me back. The words came out quietly, shamefully. Why would you think that? Because she was desperate. She'd begged me not to leave. She'd promised she'd try harder, do better. When I left anyway, she was devastated. So when she called talking about being pregnant, I thought. Trevor glanced at Diane. I thought she was lying. I thought it was manipulation. And you never followed up? Never asked for proof? Never considered that she might be telling the truth? No, Your Honor. I blocked her number and moved on with my life. Judge Brennan removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes. Mr. Morrison, I'm going to be very frank with you. Your actions 6 years ago were, at best, negligent. At worst, they were deliberately cruel. Whether or not you believed Ms. Lawson was pregnant, you had a responsibility to verify the truth. You could have asked for medical records. You could have requested a paternity test. Instead, you dismissed her claim and cut off all contact. That decision has consequences. I understand that now, Your Honor. I was wrong. I'm trying to make it right. By showing up at your children's school without authorization? Patricia stood. Your Honor, Mr. Morrison appeared at the children's elementary school yesterday, approaching Ms. Lawson and demanding to see the children. This is exactly the kind of impulsive, unstable behavior that concerns us. He's not thinking about what's best for the children. He's thinking about his own needs, his own guilt, his own desire to control a situation that's spiraling away from him. Hutchinson jumped to his feet. That's a mischaracterization. My client went to the school because he wanted to see his children. He's been denied access for 5 years. He denied himself access, Patricia shot back, by refusing to believe they existed. Enough. Judge Brennan's voice cut through the argument. Both of you sit down. Now. They sat. Judge Brennan was silent for a long moment, studying the files in front of her. Finally, she spoke. Here's what I see. Ms. Lawson made an attempt, perhaps not the most persistent attempt, but an attempt nonetheless, to inform Mr. Morrison of her pregnancy. Mr. Morrison refused to believe her and cut off contact. Ms. Lawson then made the decision to raise the children alone. Was that the legally correct decision? Probably not. Should she have pursued formal paternity testing and child support? Arguably yes. But I also understand why a newly divorced woman, already devastated by her ex-husband's rejection, might choose to move forward alone rather than fight a legal battle she couldn't afford. She turned to Trevor. Mr. Morrison, your actions 6 years ago have created this situation. You chose not to believe Ms. Lawson. You chose to block her. You chose to move on without verifying the truth. Those were your choices, and they have consequences. You missed 5 years of your children's lives. You cannot get that time back. And you cannot expect to simply show up now and demand full access to children who don't know you. I understand, Your Honor. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Then here's what's going to happen. Judge Brennan leaned forward. I'm granting supervised visitation. 1 hour per week, at a neutral location, with a court-appointed supervisor present. Ms. Lawson will have full legal custody during this time. You will attend co-parenting classes. You will undergo a psychological evaluation to ensure you're emotionally stable enough to handle this situation. And Mr. Morrison, her voice hardened, if you violate any of these terms, if you show up at the children's home or school without authorization again, I will revoke visitation entirely. Do you understand? Trevor looked like he wanted to argue. Hutchinson put a hand on his arm, whispered something. Finally, Trevor nodded. Yes, Your Honor. I understand. Good. Ms. Wells, draw up the specifics and submit them for my review. We'll reconvene in 30 days to assess how the visitation is going and discuss a longer-term custody arrangement. Judge Brennan looked at both parties. I want to be very clear about something. These children are the priority here. Not your egos. Not your anger. Not your desire for revenge or redemption. Those 3 kids have been raised by one parent for 5 years. They're stable. They're healthy. They're loved. My job is to ensure that continues while also giving them the opportunity to know their father, if that's in their best interests. Mr. Morrison, you have a lot to prove. Don't waste this chance. She banged her gavel. We're adjourned. Outside the courtroom, Patricia was satisfied. That went well. Better than I expected, honestly. Judge Brennan sees through Trevor's bullshit, and she's protecting the kids first. Supervised visitation is the best-case scenario right now. Diane felt numb. 1 hour a week. That's all. For now. If it goes well, we can expand it. But Diane, this is good. This means you keep primary custody. The kids stay in your home, in their routine. Trevor gets to know them slowly, under supervision, without disrupting their lives completely. Across the parking lot, Trevor and Hutchinson were in heated discussion. Trevor looked frustrated, his hands gesturing sharply. Hutchinson was clearly trying to calm him down. He's not happy, Diane observed. He doesn't get to be happy right now. He created this mess. Patricia packed her briefcase efficiently. Now, about the child support. Ms. Lawson. Diane turned. Trevor was approaching alone. Hutchinson had stayed by their car, watching warily. Can we talk? Trevor asked. Please? Just for a minute. Patricia stepped closer to Diane protectively. Anything you say to my client can be said through me. It's okay, Diane said quietly. I'll talk to him. Patricia looked skeptical but stepped back slightly, staying close enough to intervene if needed. Trevor and Diane stood in the courthouse parking lot, 6 years of history and hurt between them. I'm sorry, Trevor said finally. I know that's not enough. I know it doesn't change anything. But I need you to know, I'm sorry. For not believing you. For blocking you. For all of it. Diane studied him. He looked genuinely remorseful. Broken even. But she'd seen him look remorseful before, during their marriage, after fights where he'd said cruel things. The remorse never lasted. Why didn't you believe me? She asked quietly. Really? Was it just that you thought I was lying? Or was it something else? Trevor was silent for a long moment. People walked past them, lawyers, families, people dealing with their own legal dramas. Finally he spoke. I wanted it to be a lie, he admitted. When you called that day and said you were pregnant, I felt this panic. Because if it was true, then I'd made a terrible mistake. Then leaving you was wrong. Then everything I'd told myself and everyone else about why our marriage ended, that you couldn't give me children, that you were the problem, all of that would be a lie. He met her eyes. It was easier to think you were making it up. Easier to blame you. Easier to move on. Easier to move on to someone white, Diane said bluntly. Trevor flinched. That's not. Don't. Her voice was sharp. Don't you dare pretend race wasn't part of this. Your mother spent our entire marriage making comments about my body, my genetics, whether we were compatible. She told me at dinner once that some populations have more fertility difficulties. You said nothing. You let her say those things. You let her treat me like I was defective because I'm black. I should have said something. Yes, you should have. But you didn't. Because deep down, you agreed with her. Deep down, you wanted someone who fit your family's vision better. Someone who wouldn't bring up uncomfortable things like race or privilege. Someone who would just blend in. Diane's voice was steady, but tears were building behind her eyes. I spent 5 years trying to be enough for you. Trying to fit into your world. Trying to ignore all the little ways your family made me feel like I didn't belong. And it was exhausting, Trevor. It was exhausting being married to someone who saw my blackness as a problem to overcome rather than part of who I am. Trevor looked stricken. I never thought of it that way. I never. That's the problem. You never thought about it at all. You just moved through the world assuming your experience was universal. Assuming the challenges I faced didn't exist because you didn't see them. She wiped her eyes angrily. And now you want to be a father to our children. Our black children. Our mixed-race children who are going to face things you've never had to think about. Are you ready for that? Are you ready to actually see them, all of them, including the parts of themselves that come from me? The question hung in the air. Trevor opened his mouth, closed it. I want to try, he said finally. I know I've failed at this before. Failed you, failed them. But I want to try. I want to know my kids. I want to be the father they deserve, even if I'm late. Even if I have to learn how to do it. They have questions, Diane said quietly. Emma asked me why you didn't want them. Noah asked if you were going to love them. Lily wanted to know if they did something wrong. Her voice broke. Do you understand that? Your children think they're the problem. They think there's something wrong with them because their father didn't believe they existed. God. Trevor's face crumpled. I never wanted. I didn't mean for them to think. But they do think that. Because you made me feel that way for 5 years of our marriage. You made me believe I was broken, that my body was defective, that I wasn't good enough. And now your children carry that weight. They wonder if they're not good enough either. How do I fix that? I don't know if you can. Diane's voice was raw. But you can start by showing up. By being consistent. By proving that you're committed to knowing them. Not just claiming them because it's the right thing to do or because you feel guilty. They need a father who actually wants them, who sees them, who loves them despite missing their first 5 years. Trevor nodded, tears on his face now too. I'll do that. I swear, Diane. I'll show up. I'll be there. I'll prove I deserve them. Don't prove it to me. Prove it to them. She turned to go, then paused. And Trevor? They're going to have questions about race. About being mixed. About why your mother said what she said at the party. You need to be ready for those conversations. You need to actually do the work to understand what it means to be their father. Not just biologically, but culturally. They need you to see the whole of who they are. She walked away before he could respond. Patricia was waiting by the car. That looked intense. It was necessary. Diane got in the passenger seat, suddenly exhausted. He needed to hear it. Whether he actually absorbs it, that's up to him. And if he doesn't, then my kids will learn early what I learned late, that some people aren't capable of seeing beyond themselves. But at least I'll be there to catch them. She closed her eyes. At least they'll always have me. That night, Diane had to tell the children about the visitation. She gathered all 3 on the couch after dinner, Rachel beside her for support. So, we went to see a judge today, Diane began. A judge is like a person who helps families make fair decisions. And the judge decided that you're going to spend some time with Trevor, your biological father. How much time? Emma asked suspiciously. 1 hour per week. At a special place. And there will be someone there to make sure everything goes okay. Do we have to? Noah's voice was small. Diane's heart broke. The judge thinks it's important for you to know your father. And I agree. Even though this is hard and confusing, Trevor is part of your story. He's part of who you are. But you're our real mom, Lily said fiercely. You've always been here. And I always will be. Nothing changes that. You'll still live here, still go to your same school, still have the same routine. This is just adding something new. A chance to meet someone who cares about you. Does he care about us? Emma's question was challenging. Because he didn't believe in us before. How did you explain adult failure to children? Trevor made mistakes, Diane said carefully. Big mistakes. He should have believed me when I told him about you. He should have tried harder to find out the truth. But now he knows you exist, and he wants to know you. He wants to be your father. What if we don't like him? Noah asked. Then you don't like him. You don't have to love him. You don't even have to like him. You just have to be respectful and give him a chance. Can you do that? The triplets looked at each other, having one of their silent conversations that only siblings could have. I guess, they finally agreed, though none of them sounded happy about it. After they went to bed, Diane sat with Rachel in the kitchen, drinking tea and trying to process the day. You did good in court, Rachel said. Really good. You were honest but not vindictive. Strong but not cold. I feel vindictive, Diane admitted. I want him to suffer. I want him to feel a fraction of the pain I felt. That's human. That's allowed. But it's not helpful. The kids need me to be better than that. They need me to put them first, even when I want to burn Trevor's entire world down. She laughed bitterly. Being the bigger person is exhausting. Then be exhausted. Be angry. Be human. Rachel squeezed her hand. You don't have to be perfect, Diane. You just have to be there. And you always have been. The first supervised visit was scheduled for Saturday afternoon. Diane spent the morning preparing the kids, reminding them to be respectful, to answer Trevor's questions honestly, to tell the supervisor if they felt uncomfortable about anything. What if he asks about you? Emma wanted to know. Then you tell him the truth. I've never said anything bad about him to you, have I? No. Then just be honest. Tell him what your life is like. What you like to do. What makes you happy. Diane knelt down in front of her 3 children. This isn't about me and Trevor. This is about you getting to know your father. Okay. They nodded, though they all looked nervous. The visit was at a family services center downtown, a neutral space designed for exactly this kind of situation. Diane drove them over, her stomach in knots. Trevor was already there, pacing in the parking lot. He dressed casually, jeans and a sweater, trying to look approachable. When he saw the car, his face lit up with a mixture of hope and terror. Okay, Diane said, turning to the kids in the back seat. Remember, 1 hour. The supervisor will be with you the whole time. And I'll be right here when you're done. What if we want to leave early? Noah asked. Then you tell the supervisor and they'll bring you out. You're in control, okay? If you're uncomfortable, you can leave. She got them out of the car. Trevor approached slowly, like he was afraid of spooking them. Hi, he said softly. I'm Trevor. Your dad. Or, I guess, I'm trying to be your dad. This is new for me too. The triplets stared at him, taking in his grey-green eyes that matched their own. His facial structure. The undeniable resemblance. You're tall, Emma observed. Trevor laughed nervously. Yeah, you might be tall too, when you grow up. My dad was 6'2". Our mom is 5'7", Lily said loyally. That's a good height. A great height. Trevor looked helplessly at Diane. She gave him nothing back. This was his moment to navigate. The supervisor appeared, a kind-looking woman in her 40s named Mrs. Chun. Hello, everyone. I'm going to be with you during your visit today. Shall we go inside? The children looked at Diane one more time. She nodded encouragingly. Go on. It's okay. I'll be right here. She watched them file inside. Her babies, Trevor's babies, walking toward an unknown future. Trevor followed, looking back at her once. For a moment their eyes met. Then the door closed, and Diane was alone in the parking lot with an hour to kill, and a heart full of complicated feelings she didn't know how to name. She sat in her car and waited, and tried not to imagine what was happening inside. Judge Brennan granted Trevor supervised visitation, but Diane has concerns about whether he's ready to be a father to mixed-race children, especially after letting his mother's racism slide during their marriage. Do you think 1 hour a week is enough to build a real relationship? Or is this just the first step toward Trevor disappointing his children the way he disappointed Diane? Share your perspective below. Diane sat in her car for exactly 3 minutes before she couldn't take it anymore. She got out, walked to the building's side window, and peered through the blinds like a stalker. She could see them. Trevor sitting on the floor, the triplets arranged on chairs around a small table, Mrs. Chin sitting slightly apart with a clipboard. They were coloring. Something safe. Something 5-year-olds could do while making awkward conversation with a stranger who happened to be their father. Trevor was trying too hard. Diane could see it from 50 feet away. His smile was too bright, his gestures too animated. He was performing fatherhood, not inhabiting it. Noah sat furthest from him, clutching a blue crayon like a lifeline. Emma was watching Trevor with suspicious eyes, assessing every move. Only Lily seemed relatively at ease, focused on her drawing with the concentration that made her forget the world around her. Diane's phone buzzed. A text from Rachel. How's it going? I'm stalking them through a window like a psycho. That's completely normal. What are they doing? Coloring. Trevor looks terrified. The kids look confused. Give it time. First meetings are always awkward. Diane pocketed her phone and forced herself to walk back to her car. She couldn't hover, couldn't micromanage this. The kids needed space to form their own opinions about Trevor, without her anxiety coloring everything. But God, it was hard. She turned on the radio, tried to distract herself with news. A story about housing development in the city, something she'd normally be interested in. But today, her mind wouldn't focus. It kept cycling back to that room, those three small faces, the man who'd rejected them before they were born, now trying to build a relationship from nothing. 45 minutes later, the door opened. It was early. The visit was supposed to last an hour. Diane's heart jumped into her throat as she got out of the car. Noah emerged first, followed by Mrs. Chun. His face was blotchy. He'd been crying. Emma and Lily came out next, flanking their brother protectively. Trevor stood in the doorway, looking devastated. What happened? Diane rushed over, knelt in front of Noah. Baby, what's wrong? I want to go home, he whispered. Please, Mommy. I want to go home. Mrs. Chun approached, her expression professional but sympathetic. Ms. Lawson, could we talk for a moment? Diane looked at her children. Get in the car. I'll be right there. They scrambled into the back seat. Through the window, Diane could see Emma putting her arm around Noah, Lily holding his hand, protecting each other the way they always had. What happened? Diane asked Mrs. Chun, her voice tight. Mr. Morrison asked the children about their grandmother. Your mother, I assume. Emma mentioned that their grandma Gloria teaches them about Black history. That led to a conversation about race. Mrs. Chen's expression was carefully neutral. Mr. Morrison became uncomfortable. He told the children that he didn't want to focus on those kinds of topics because he wants them to see themselves as just kids, not black kids or white kids. Diane's blood went cold. He said that. Emma responded that they are black, that their mother is black, which makes them black too. Mr. Morrison said that was only half of who they are, and that he'd prefer they identify as mixed or biracial, not just black. Jesus Christ. Noah became upset at that point. He said his mother taught him to be proud of being black. Mr. Morrison said that was fine, but that he hoped Noah would also be proud of his white heritage. Noah started crying and asked to leave. Mrs. Chen's voice softened. Ms. Lawson, I'm required to file a report on every visit. This one concerned me. Mr. Morrison doesn't seem prepared for the racial aspects of parenting these children. He's not. Diane's hands were clenched into fists. He spent 5 years of our marriage pretending race didn't matter, letting his mother make racist comments, telling me I was being too sensitive every time I brought up discrimination. And now he wants to raise 3 black children without acknowledging their blackness. He wants to make them colorblind. That's a conversation the court may need to address. For now, I'm recommending we continue visits, but I'm also recommending Mr. Morrison undergo cultural competency training before unsupervised visitation is considered. Trevor was approaching now, his face a mask of frustration and hurt. Diane, I didn't mean. Not now. Her voice was ice. Not here. My kids are upset, and I'm taking them home. But we need to talk about. We'll talk through our lawyers. That's what the judge ordered. She turned away from him, then paused. You know what the saddest part is? They were willing to give you a chance. They got dressed up. They came here nervous but open. And within an hour, you managed to make Noah cry by essentially telling him to be ashamed of half of himself. That's not what I said. Trevor's voice rose. I said they should be proud of both sides of their heritage. By telling them not to identify as black, by getting uncomfortable when they talked about black history, by suggesting their identity should be just kids as if blackness is something extra, something divisive. Diane's voice shook with anger. Trevor, I told you this would happen. I warned you that you'd need to do the work. But you thought you could just show up and play dad without addressing your own shit. Well, congratulations. You just traumatized your son in your first supervised visit. She walked away before he could respond. Got in the car where her 3 children were waiting, buckled up, silent. Is everyone okay? She asked gently. He doesn't want us to be black, Emma said bluntly. He said we're only half black, like that makes it not count. That's not how it works, Diane said firmly, starting the car. You're black. You're also biracial. Both of those things are true. Nobody gets to tell you which parts of yourself to claim or ignore. Not Trevor, not anyone. But he's our dad, Lily said quietly. He's supposed to understand us. He's learning. He's just very bad at it right now. Diane pulled out of the parking lot, Trevor's figure shrinking in the rearview mirror. And that's not your responsibility. You don't have to educate him. You don't have to make him comfortable. You just have to be yourselves, and if he can't handle that, that's his problem. Can we not go back? Noah's voice was small, wounded. Diane wanted to say yes. Wanted to protect them from ever having to sit in that room with Trevor again. But she knew what Judge Brennan would say. That Trevor deserved chances to improve. That children needed fathers, even imperfect ones. We'll see, she said finally. I'm going to talk to our lawyer. We'll figure out what's best. But as she drove home, her children silent in the back seat, she wondered if this was what the next years of their lives would look like. Navigating Trevor's ignorance, managing his discomfort with their blackness, protecting them from the man who was supposed to protect them. It felt exhausting, impossible, but she'd done impossible things before. That night, after the kids were finally asleep, Diane called Patricia. He lasted 45 minutes before making Noah cry, she said without preamble. 45 minutes before saying something that made our son feel like his black identity was a problem. Patricia sighed. Mrs. Chen already sent me her report. I'm adding a requirement for cultural competency counseling to our filing. Trevor can't have unsupervised visitation until he completes at least 6 sessions with a therapist who specializes in transracial adoption and biracial family dynamics. Will the judge agree to that? Given Mrs. Chen's report and Trevor's documented discomfort with racial issues during your marriage? Yes. Judge Brennan is pragmatic. She'll see that Trevor needs education before he can effectively parent these children. Diane felt some of the tension leave her shoulders. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Trevor's lawyer is going to fight this. They're going to claim you're using race as a weapon, that you're trying to alienate the children from their father by emphasizing their black identity too strongly. Are you kidding me? I wish I was. But that's the playbook for white parents in these situations. They frame the black parent as divisive for acknowledging race exists, as if teaching children about their heritage is somehow harmful. Patricia's voice hardened. We're going to counter by showing that Trevor's colorblind approach is actually more harmful. That pretending race doesn't exist doesn't protect biracial children. It just leaves them unprepared for the racism they'll inevitably face. I hate that we have to argue this in court, that I have to prove my children's blackness matters. I know, but that's the reality. Trevor wants the easy version of fatherhood, the one where he can pretend race doesn't exist, where his children are just kids, without the complications of navigating a racist world. But that's not the children you have, and Judge Brennan will see that. After the call, Diane sat in the dark living room and tried to breathe through the rage. This was exactly what she'd feared. That Trevor would want to claim his children without doing the work to understand them. That he'd want the pride and joy of fatherhood without the responsibility of preparing them for a world that would see them as black first, biracial second. She thought about her own childhood. Her mother teaching her about black history, black pride, the reality of moving through the world in dark skin. The way Gloria had prepared her for the microaggressions, the assumptions, the 1,000 small cuts of racism that accumulated over a lifetime. Trevor couldn't give the triplets that. He didn't have that experience. And apparently, he didn't want to learn. Her phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. This is Jessica. Trevor's wife. Ex-wife? I don't know anymore. Can we talk? Diane stared at the message. Jessica. The innocent bystander in all this. The woman who'd found out her husband had 3 secret children at her baby shower. She shouldn't respond. Patricia would tell her not to engage. But something made her type. About what? About Trevor. About the kids. About how messed up all of this is. A pause then. I'm leaving him. I moved back to my parents' house. I just found out he never told his family about the racial issues in your marriage. His mother is convinced you're making everything up. I need to know the truth. Diane's fingers hovered over the keyboard. This was dangerous territory. Anything she said to Jessica could be twisted, used against her in court. But Jessica was carrying Trevor's child, a half-sibling to the Triplets. And maybe, just maybe, she deserved to know what kind of man she'd married. Can you meet tomorrow? Somewhere public. I'll bring my lawyer. Okay. Thank you. The coffee shop was neutral territory. A busy Starbucks in Capitol Hill, where no one would pay attention to 2 women having an intense conversation. Jessica arrived first, visibly pregnant and tired-looking. Diane almost felt sorry for her. Almost. Patricia sat beside Diane, briefcase on the table, making it clear this was official. Thank you for meeting me, Jessica said quietly. I know this is weird. I know I'm probably the last person you want to talk to. You didn't do anything wrong, Diane said. You were lied to, same as everyone else. Was I though? Jessica's voice was bitter. Looking back, there were signs. The way Trevor talked about you, always making you the villain, always blaming you for the divorce. The way his mother talked about you. I should have questioned it more. Should have wondered why a grown man was so angry at his ex-wife 6 years after the divorce. Men like Trevor are convincing, Patricia said. They tell a good story. They make themselves the victim. It's not your fault you believed him. Maybe. But I still feel stupid. Jessica took a sip of her water. He never mentioned race was an issue in your marriage. Never said his mother made comments about your body or your genetics. When I saw that video, when I heard what Catherine said at the baby shower, it was like seeing him for the first time. Really seeing him. Diane studied her carefully. What did he tell you about why we divorced? That you couldn't have children. That the fertility struggles destroyed the marriage. That you became bitter and resentful, and he had to leave for his own mental health. Jessica laughed humorlessly. He made it sound like he was the long-suffering husband who tried everything and finally had to walk away from a woman who couldn't give him what he needed. Did he mention that the doctors never definitively said the problem was mine? That his sperm motility was also an issue? Jessica's eyes widened. No. He said you were the one who couldn't conceive. He lied. Or at least, he told a very selective version of the truth. Diane leaned forward. The reality is, we both had factors that made conception difficult. But Trevor needed someone to blame. And it was easier to blame his black wife than admit he might have been part of the problem. God. Jessica put her head in her hands. I married a man I don't know. I'm having a baby with someone who... She looked up, tears in her eyes. Your children. At the first visit, he said something that upset them. Something about race. He told Noah not to identify as black. Said he wanted them to see themselves as just kids rather than focusing on racial identity. Diane's voice was tight. He made my 5-year-old son cry by essentially telling him half of himself was a problem. Jesus Christ, Trevor. Jessica was crying now. He keeps saying he wants to do better, that he's changed. But he hasn't changed at all, has he? He's still the same man who couldn't handle difficult conversations, who wanted an easy life without complications. What are you going to do? Patricia asked gently. I'm filing for separation. Probably divorce. Jessica touched her pregnant belly. This baby deserves better than a father who can't handle reality, who can't acknowledge his own prejudices, who thinks he can just wish away complicated things by ignoring them. Have you told Trevor? Not yet. I wanted to talk to you first. Wanted to understand. Jessica trailed off. I wanted to know if I'm crazy, if I'm overreacting. His family keeps telling me that you're manipulating the situation, that you're using race as a weapon, that Trevor is the real victim here. You're not crazy. Diane's voice was firm. You're seeing him clearly, maybe for the first time. And that's scary and painful, but it's real. Trevor is a man who wants the benefits of progressive ideals without doing any of the work. He wants to be seen as a good person without actually examining his own biases. He wanted to be married to a black woman without acknowledging the racism she faced. And now he wants to be a father to black children without preparing them for the world they'll navigate. What should I do? Protect your baby. Set boundaries. Don't let Trevor or his family convince you that you're the problem for seeing the truth. Diane's voice softened. And maybe, if you're willing, we can help each other. Your baby and my kids, they're siblings. They deserve to know each other, even if their father is a disaster. Jessica looked up, surprised. You'd want that? I'd want my kids to have as much family as possible. Good family. The kind that supports them and sees them fully. Diane glanced at Patricia, who nodded slightly. If you're willing to acknowledge their racial identity, to not pretend it doesn't exist the way Trevor does, then yes. I'd be open to our kids knowing each other. Thank you. Jessica's voice broke. Thank you for not hating me. Thank you for seeing me as separate from Trevor's mistakes. I don't hate you. I just feel sorry for both of us for wasting time on a man who wasn't worth it. They sat in silence for a moment, two women connected by the same man, the same disappointment, the same dawning realization that they deserved better. Finally, Jessica said, "Can I ask you something? How did you survive? After the divorce, after he rejected you and the babies, after everything fell apart. How did you keep going?" Diane thought about those early days. The exhaustion, the fear, the nights she'd sat on her bathroom floor, crying while 3 newborns screamed in the next room, wondering if she'd made a terrible mistake trying to do this alone. "I didn't have a choice," she said simply. "I had 3 lives depending on me. So I got up every morning, and I did what needed to be done. I worked. I parented. I survived. And somewhere along the way, surviving turned into actually living. Turned into building a life I was proud of. I don't know if I can do that. You can. You will. Because you don't have a choice either." Diane reached across the table, squeezed Jessica's hand. "And when it gets hard, and it will get hard, you remember that you're not doing this because of Trevor. You're doing it despite him. You're doing it because your baby deserves a mother who sees clearly and acts courageously, even when it hurts." Jessica nodded, tears streaming down her face. Okay, I can do that." They left the coffee shop together, this unlikely alliance forged in the wreckage of Trevor Morrison's selfishness. Patricia watched them, a slight smile on her face. "That was unexpected," Patricia said as they walked to the car. "Good unexpected or bad unexpected?" "Good. Very good. If Jessica testifies about Trevor's family's attitude toward race, about his pattern of avoiding difficult conversations, it strengthens our case considerably." Patricia unlocked the car. "Plus, it's just good strategy. The more people who see Trevor clearly, the harder it is for him to control the narrative." 2 days later, Trevor requested an emergency hearing. "He's claiming you're turning people against him," Patricia told Diane over the phone. "That you met with Jessica inappropriately, that you're poisoning his relationships to isolate him from his children. That's insane. Jessica reached out to me. Doesn't matter. He's scared. His wife is leaving him. His family is furious with him. His reputation is in tatters, and he's losing control of the situation. So he's doing what weak men always do, lashing out and blaming everyone else. What do? We go to the hearing. We present Mrs. Chen's report about the first visit. We present testimony about his discomfort with racial conversations. And we show Judge Brennan that Trevor's not ready for unsupervised visitation because he can't handle the reality of who his children are. The hearing was scheduled for Friday. 3 days to prepare. 3 days of Diane's anxiety building, while she tried to maintain normalcy for the kids. Emma kept asking when they had to see Trevor again. Noah had started having nightmares. Lily, always the peacemaker, kept saying maybe Trevor just needed more practice being a dad. But Diane knew better. Trevor didn't need practice. He needed fundamental change. He needed to examine his own biases and privileges and understand that being a father to black children required more than just showing up. It required humility. It required education. It required a willingness to be uncomfortable. And based on that first visit, Trevor had none of those things. Friday morning arrived grey and cold. Seattle's November weather matching Diane's mood. She dressed carefully again. Another conservative suit, her armor against the judgment she knew was coming. At the courthouse, Trevor's entire family was there. Catherine Morrison sat in the front row, perfectly coiffed, radiating disapproval. Richard Morrison sat beside her, stern and silent. Trevor's sister Melissa, who Diane had met maybe twice during her marriage, glared at her openly. Jessica was conspicuously absent. "They're here to intimidate you," Patricia murmured. "Ignore them." Judge Brennan entered, took her seat, and surveyed the courtroom with sharp eyes. "Mr. Hutchinson, you filed this emergency motion. Make it quick." Hutchinson stood. "Your Honor, my client is being systematically alienated from his children by Ms. Lawson. She's met with his estranged wife, Jessica Morrison, without his knowledge or consent. She's told the children negative things about Mr. Morrison that have influenced their perception of him. She's using racial identity as a wedge to drive a barrier between father and children. We're requesting immediate modification of the custody arrangement to allow for more frequent visitation and less supervision to counteract the damage Ms. Lawson is doing." Judge Brennan turned to Patricia. "Ms. Wells." Patricia stood calmly. "Your Honor, Mr. Morrison's motion is based on paranoia rather than facts. Ms. Lawson did meet with Jessica Morrison, at Mrs. Morrison's request, with my presence as counsel. It was a conversation between two women trying to understand the man they'd both been involved with. Nothing inappropriate occurred. As for the first supervised visit, I have Mrs. Chen's report, which clearly documents that Mr. Morrison made his 5-year-old son cry by expressing discomfort with the children's black identity. This isn't Ms. Lawson alienating the children. This is Mr. Morrison's own actions creating distance." "I'd like to hear from Mrs. Chen directly," Judge Brennan said. "Is she present?" "Yes, Your Honor." Mrs. Chen stood from the back row. She was sworn in and took the witness stand. "Tell me about the first visit," Judge Brennan instructed. "What happened?" Mrs. Chen described the scene in clinical detail. The coloring, the conversation about family, Emma mentioning their grandmother teaching them black history, Trevor's visible discomfort, his suggestion that the children identify as just kids rather than emphasizing race, Noah's tears, the early termination of the visit. "In your professional opinion," Judge Brennan asked, "is Mr. Morrison prepared to parent biracial children?" "No, Your Honor. He doesn't appear to have done any preparation for the racial aspects of parenting. He seems to believe that ignoring race will make it irrelevant, which is a common but harmful approach. These children will face racism in their lives. They need a father who can help them navigate that, not one who pretends it doesn't exist. Thank you, Mrs. Chun. Judge Brennan turned to Trevor. Mr. Morrison, stand please. Trevor stood, looking pale. Did you tell your children not to identify as black? I didn't. I wasn't trying to, Trevor stammered. I just wanted them to know they're both black and white, that they come from both cultures. By getting uncomfortable when they discussed black history, I wasn't uncomfortable. I just thought, at 5 years old, maybe we should focus on getting to know each other rather than diving into complicated racial topics. Judge Brennan removed her glasses and pinned Trevor with a stare that could cut glass. Mr. Morrison, let me be very clear about something. Those children are black. They will be perceived as black by the world around them. They will face racism because of their black identity. Pretending that identity doesn't exist, or suggesting they should minimize it, is not protecting them. It's failing them. Do you understand? Yes, Your Honor. But I'm not finished. You spent 5 years married to a black woman. During that marriage, your mother made racist comments about your wife's body and genetics. You allowed that to happen. You dismissed your wife's concerns about race as sensitivity. You have a documented pattern of racial ignorance and avoidance. And now you want to parent 3 black children without addressing any of that history. I'm willing to learn. Then prove it. Judge Brennan leaned forward. Here's my order. Supervised visitation will continue at 1 hour per week. But before you get any increase in visitation time, you will complete a minimum of 10 sessions with Dr. Keisha Thompson, a psychologist who specializes in transracial family dynamics and racial identity development. You will read the materials she assigns. You will do the work. And Mrs. Chun will assess whether you've made sufficient progress before I consider expanding your access to these children. Do you understand? Trevor looked like he'd been slapped. Yes, Your Honor. Good. Because, Mr. Morrison, I'm going to tell you something that may be difficult to hear. Being a father is a privilege you earn, not a right you're owed. You missed 5 years of these children's lives because of your own choices. You don't get to make the same mistakes again and expect the court to give you unlimited access. You want to be their father? Prove you can be the father they need, not just the father you want to be. She banged her gavel. Motion denied. Custody arrangement remains as is. We'll reconvene in 60 days to assess progress. Court is adjourned. Outside the courthouse, Catherine Morrison was waiting. She approached Diane with cold fury in her eyes. This is what you wanted, isn't it? To destroy my son. To use those children as weapons. Mrs. Morrison. Patricia started, but Diane held up a hand. Let her speak. I want to hear this. Catherine's lips thinned. You trapped him with those children. You kept them secret, and then revealed them in the most humiliating way possible. You're vindictive and manipulative, and you're using race as an excuse to keep Trevor from his own children. I'm using race? Diane's voice was dangerously quiet. Mrs. Morrison, you told me at dinner 6 years ago that some populations have more fertility difficulties. You suggested my black body was genetically incompatible with your white son. You made me feel like I was defective, broken, less than human. And when I finally got pregnant with your grandchildren, your son called me a liar because you'd convinced him I was the problem. That's not I never. Yes, you did. And now those children exist, and they're black, and you can't handle that. You want them to be white enough to fit into your family comfortably. But they're not. They're black children being raised by a black mother who loves them exactly as they are. And if Trevor can't handle that, if you can't handle that, then you don't deserve to be in their lives. Catherine's face was red. How dare you? How dare you? Diane's voice rose. How dare you spend 6 years believing your son's lies? How dare you show up here and accuse me of being manipulative when your own racism drove Trevor to reject his children? How dare you act like the victim when I'm the one who raised 3 kids alone while your son built a new life and pretended we didn't exist? Those children could be anyone's. Don't. Patricia stepped between them. Mrs. Morrison, if you finish that sentence, I'll add you as a defendant in the defamation suit we're considering. Those children are demonstrably Trevor's. The resemblance is undeniable. Any suggestion otherwise is racist conjecture that I will happily litigate. Catherine looked between them, seemed to realize she was outmatched, and stormed away. Diane watched her go, hands shaking with adrenaline. That felt good, she admitted. It looked good too, Patricia said with satisfaction. I was recording. If she ever tries to claim you're aggressive or hostile, I have video of her making racist accusations while you maintained composure. Always working. Always. Patricia smiled. You did good in there, Diane. Judge Brennan sees what's happening. Trevor's not getting unsupervised access anytime soon. Your kids are protected. Diane nodded, but she didn't feel victorious. She just felt tired. Tired of fighting. Tired of having to prove her children's worth. Tired of navigating a system that required her to be perfect while Trevor's mediocrity was excused. But she'd won today. Her children were safe. Trevor had to do the work. And for now, that was enough. 6 weeks passed. 6 weeks of supervised visits where Trevor showed up, tried his best, and still managed to say the wrong thing at least once per session. 6 weeks of Diane watching her children come home confused, frustrated, or, worst of all, hopeful that maybe their father was starting to understand them. 6 weeks of Trevor attending therapy with Dr. Keisha Thompson. Diane knew this because Mrs. Chen filed reports after every visit. The reports were clinical, detailed, and painted a picture of a man slowly, painfully slowly, beginning to understand what he'd missed. Week 1, Mr. Morrison arrived with gifts, expensive toys clearly chosen without knowledge of the children's interests. Emma told him politely that she doesn't like dolls, she likes art supplies. Mr. Morrison seemed surprised. Conversation was stilted. Children remained guarded. Week 2, Mr. Morrison asked the children about school. Lily mentioned her class is reading a book about Harriet Tubman. Mr. Morrison said, "That's nice," but didn't engage further with the topic. Opportunity for meaningful conversation about Black history was missed. Week 3, progress noted. Mr. Morrison brought art supplies Emma had mentioned wanting. Asked thoughtful questions about the children's interests. Emma showed him a drawing of their family. Notably, Mr. Morrison was not included in the picture. He became emotional but handled it appropriately. Week 4, regression. Noah mentioned experiencing racism at school. A classmate said his hair looked weird. Mr. Morrison's response was, "Kids say silly things. Don't let it bother you." Noah shut down for the remainder of the visit. Mrs. Chun intervened to explain that dismissing racist experiences is harmful. Mr. Morrison appeared frustrated, but accepted the feedback. Week 5, significant improvement. Mr. Morrison asked Noah about the hair incident from last week. Said he'd been reading about black hair discrimination and understood now why his initial response was inadequate. Apologized to Noah. Noah remained reserved, but appeared somewhat mollified. Week 6, Mr. Morrison brought a book about famous black inventors and scientists. Read it with the children. Ask them what they'd learned from their Grandma Gloria about black history. For the first time, all 3 children seemed genuinely engaged with their father. Diane read the reports with complicated feelings. Part of her wanted Trevor to fail. wanted him to prove he was incapable of change, so she could justify keeping him at a distance forever. But another part, the part that remembered the man she'd once loved, the part that wanted her children to have a father, hoped he was actually learning. "He's trying," Rachel observed one night, reading over Diane's shoulder. "That's something, isn't it? Trying isn't the same as succeeding." "No, but it's better than not trying at all." The 60-day review hearing arrived on a Tuesday morning. The courtroom felt familiar now. Same beige walls, same fluorescent lights, same knot of anxiety in Diane's stomach. But this time, something was different. Trevor looked different. He'd lost weight, the stress showing in his face, the circles under his eyes. But there was something else. A quietness, a humility that hadn't been there before. Jessica was there too, sitting in the back row. Her pregnancy was more visible now, her belly round under a loose sweater. She caught Diane's eye and offered a small, sad smile. They'd texted a few times over the past weeks. Nothing substantial, just checking in. Jessica had filed for separation, was living with her parents, was trying to figure out what single motherhood would look like. They were, improbably, becoming something like friends. All rise for the Honorable Judge Elizabeth Brennan. Judge Brennan entered, surveyed the room with her sharp eyes, and sat. "I've reviewed Mrs. Chen's reports from the past 6 visits. I've also received a report from Dr. Keisha Thompson regarding Mr. Morrison's therapy sessions. Before I make any decisions, I'd like to hear from Dr. Thompson directly. Is she present?" A black woman in her 40s stood from the gallery. Elegant, professional, with kind eyes and an air of authority. She was sworn in and took the witness stand. "Dr. Thompson," Judge Brennan began, "you've been working with Mr. Morrison for 6 weeks. In your professional opinion, has he made meaningful progress?" Dr. Thompson considered the question carefully. "Your Honor, Mr. Morrison came to me with significant deficits in his understanding of race, privilege, and the specific challenges facing biracial children being raised by a black mother. He had what I call colorblind ideology, the belief that ignoring race makes it irrelevant. This is a common but harmful mindset. And has that changed? It's beginning to. Mr. Morrison has been resistant at times, defensive about his own racial blind spots, uncomfortable with examining his privilege. But he's also been willing to sit with that discomfort, to read the materials I've assigned, to listen when I've challenged his assumptions." Dr. Thompson glanced at Trevor. "Last week, he told me something significant. He said, 'I'm realizing that I spent my entire marriage asking Diane to make me comfortable with her blackness, instead of doing my own work to understand it. I'm realizing I did the same thing with my mother's racism. I asked Diane to just tolerate it instead of confronting it. That level of self-awareness is progress. Does that mean he's ready for unsupervised visitation?' Dr. Thompson was quiet for a moment. "Not yet. He's made progress, but understanding racial theory intellectually is different from applying it in real time with his children. He still has reflexive responses that are problematic. He still wants to minimize their experiences of racism, still wants to emphasize their white heritage over their black identity as a way of making himself more comfortable. He's working on it, but he's not there yet. How much longer? I'd recommend at least another 3 months of weekly therapy, along with continued supervised visitation. If he maintains his current trajectory, I believe he could be ready for limited unsupervised visits by then, short periods, gradually increasing with regular check-ins." Judge Brennan nodded slowly. "Mr. Morrison, stand please." Trevor stood, and Diane was struck again by how diminished he looked. This wasn't the confident man who'd invited her to his baby shower to humiliate her. This was someone who'd been broken down and was trying to rebuild himself into something better. "I've been reviewing your progress," Judge Brennan said. "Dr. Thompson's report is encouraging. Mrs. Chen's reports show improvement. Your children are slowly becoming more comfortable with you. This is all positive. Thank you, Your Honor. However, I'm concerned about sustainability. It's one thing to do well in supervised settings, where you know you're being watched and evaluated. It's another to maintain that growth when the supervision is removed. So here's what's going to happen." She consulted her notes. "Supervised visitation will continue for another 12 weeks. During that time, you'll continue therapy with Dr. Thompson. You'll also begin reading to the children books about Black history, Black identity, biracial families. You'll attend one family therapy session per month, where all 3 children can express their feelings about having you in their lives. And Mr. Morrison," her voice hardened, "you'll write a letter to your mother." Trevor blinked. "Your Honor, your mother, Catherine Morrison, made racist statements at your baby shower. She's made racist statements in this courthouse. Dr. Thompson's report indicates that much of your own racial ignorance stems from your family's attitudes that you never challenged. So you're going to write Catherine Morrison a letter. You're going to explain why her statements were harmful. You're going to tell her that she will not be involved in your children's lives until she completes her own cultural competency education. And you're going to mean it." Trevor looked like he'd been punched. "Your Honor, my mother. She's from a different generation. I don't care what generation she's from. I care that she called your children's parentage into question based on nothing but racism. I care that she created an environment where you felt comfortable dismissing your ex-wife's experiences. And I care that if she's allowed near those children without addressing her prejudices, she will harm them." Judge Brennan leaned forward. "You want to be a father? Then protect your children, even if that means setting boundaries with your own mother." The courtroom was silent. "Do you understand?" Judge Brennan asked. "Yes, Your Honor." Trevor's voice was barely above a whisper. "Good. Submit the letter to Dr. Thompson within 2 weeks. She'll assess whether it demonstrates genuine understanding or is just performative. And Mr. Morrison," Judge Brennan's expression softened slightly, "I can see you're trying. That matters. But trying isn't enough. Your children need you to succeed. Keep doing the work." She turned to Diane. "Ms. Lawson, I know this process has been difficult for you. Watching your children's father slowly learn what you tried to teach him for 5 years of marriage must be frustrating. It is, Your Honor. I want you to know that the court sees your patience, sees your dedication to your children's well-being. You've done everything right, maintained stability, encouraged the relationship with their father, even when it would be easier not to, protected them while still giving them space to form their own opinions. That's exemplary parenting." Diane felt unexpected tears building. She'd been operating in survival mode for so long, focused purely on getting through each day, that she hadn't allowed herself to acknowledge how hard it had been. Hearing a judge, a Black woman judge who understood the complexities of this situation, validate her choices made something crack open in her chest. "Thank you, Your Honor," she managed. "One more thing. I'm ordering that child support payments begin immediately. Mr. Morrison, you'll be paying $2,500 per child per month going forward, plus half of all medical, educational, and childcare expenses. The court will determine back support at a later date once we establish the final custody arrangement. But those children have been without your financial support for 5 years. That ends now." Trevor nodded, looking dazed. "We'll reconvene in 12 weeks. Court adjourned." Outside the courthouse, Trevor approached Diane carefully. "Can we talk? Just for a minute?" Diane looked at Patricia, who nodded slightly. 5 minutes. I'll be right here." They walked a short distance away, stood under a bare tree losing the last of its leaves. "I'm sorry," Trevor said. "I know I've said that before, but I mean it more now than I did then. I'm beginning to understand, really understand, how badly I failed you." "Failed them?" "Okay. Dr. Thompson asked me something last week. She asked me why I thought you called me a liar about the pregnancy." Trevor's voice was thick. "I said because it seemed impossible. And she said, or was it because believing her would require you to examine why your mother's racism went unchallenged? Why you let Diane carry the burden of your family's prejudice? Why you chose the easy path of a new relationship over the hard work of addressing your own complicity?" Diane said nothing. Let him sit with it. "She was right," Trevor continued. "If I'd believed you were pregnant, I would have had to admit that maybe the infertility wasn't your fault. That maybe my mother's comments about genetic incompatibility were racist garbage. That maybe I was part of the problem, not just with conception, but with everything. It was easier to call you a liar. Easier to move on to Jessica and pretend I was starting fresh." His voice cracked. "But I wasn't starting fresh. I was just running away from my own shit. And now I have 3 kids who don't trust me because I spent their entire existence running." "What do you want me to say, Trevor?" "Nothing. I don't want you to say anything. I just wanted you to know that I get it now. I get why you didn't chase me down for child support. Why you built a life without me. Why you showed up at that baby shower and detonated my entire world." He met her eyes. "You were right to do it. I deserved it. I deserved all of this." Diane studied him for a long moment. The man who'd made her feel broken. The man who'd blamed her for their shared failure. The man who'd chosen comfort over truth. He looked destroyed. And part of her, the part that was still healing from what he'd done, felt satisfied by that. But another part, the part that was tired of carrying anger, tired of the weight of his failures, just felt sad. "I don't need you to be destroyed," she said quietly. "I need you to be better. For them. Not for me. Not for your own redemption. For them. They need a father who can see them fully. Who can prepare them for a world that will judge them for their skin. Who can love them without needing them to be easier, whiter, less complicated. I'm trying to be that person." "I know. Keep trying." She turned to walk away, then paused. "And Trevor? That letter to your mother. Dr. Thompson is right. You need to set boundaries. Because if Catherine ever says anything to my children like what she said at that baby shower, if she ever makes them feel less than because of their race, I will cut her out of their lives permanently. And no court order will stop me. I'll talk to her. He stopped. "Actually, no. I'll set the boundary. You're right. She needs to change, or she doesn't get to be in their lives. I should have done that years ago." Diane nodded and walked back to where Patricia waited. "How do you feel?" Patricia asked. "I don't know. Empty? Relieved? Still angry?" Diane shook her head. "He's changing. I can see it. But I don't know if it's enough. I don't know if 6 weeks of therapy can undo 30+ years of privilege and ignorance. Maybe it can't. But maybe it can start." Patricia's expression was thoughtful. "I've been doing this work for 20 years. I've seen a lot of white parents in interracial custody disputes. Most of them never get it. They keep fighting, keep insisting race doesn't matter, keep traumatizing their kids. Trevor's different. He's actually doing the work. That's rare. Does that mean I should trust him? No. It means you should let him keep proving himself while protecting your children from his failures." Patricia smiled slightly. "That's what you've been doing all along. Keep doing it." That night, Diane told the children about the hearing. They sat on the couch together, the triplets flanking her like bookends. "The judge said Trevor can keep visiting you. But you'll still have Mrs. Chun there to make sure everything goes okay." "For how long?" Emma asked. 3 more months. Then maybe he can start spending time with you without supervision. But that depends on how he does. Does he have to keep reading us those books? Lily wanted to know. The ones about black people? Yes. Why? Don't you like them? I like them. I just wondered if he only reads them because someone told him to, or because he actually cares. The question was so perceptive it made Diane's chest ache. 5 years old, and already understanding performative allyship versus genuine commitment. I think he's reading them because he's learning that they matter. That you matter. That the parts of you that come from me, your blackness, your culture, your history, those aren't optional. They're who you are. But we're also part him, Noah said quietly. Right. Of course, baby. You're both. You're black and you're biracial. You have my family's history and his family's history. Both of those things are true. But his family doesn't like us, Emma stated bluntly. That old lady at the party. She said we could be anyone's babies. Like we weren't real. Diane pulled Emma closer. His mother, your biological grandmother, has some very wrong ideas about race. Trevor is supposed to talk to her about that. To tell her she needs to change if she wants to know you. What if she doesn't change? Then she doesn't get to be in your life. Because you deserve grandparents who love all of you, not just the parts that make them comfortable. The children were quiet, processing this. Mommy. Noah's voice was small. Do you think Trevor will be a good dad? The question every single mother dreaded. The one without a good answer. I think he's trying to be, Diane said carefully. I think he's made a lot of mistakes, but he's working to fix them. Whether that's enough, that's something you'll have to decide as you get to know him. But what do you think? Emma pressed. Do you think he deserves us? Diane looked at her 3 children. Brilliant, perceptive, already so aware of the world's complexities. They deserved honesty. They deserved more than platitudes. I think, she said slowly, that Trevor is learning what I already knew, that you 3 are extraordinary, that being your parent is a privilege, not a right, that you deserve someone who sees you completely and loves you because of who you are, not despite it. She touched each of their faces in turn. Do I think he deserves you? I don't know yet. But I think he's beginning to understand what it would mean to deserve you. And that's a start. They seemed satisfied with that answer. The conversation drifted to other things. School, upcoming holidays, whether they could get a puppy, still no. But later, after they were asleep, Diane sat in the dark living room and thought about Trevor's transformation. 6 weeks ago, he'd made Noah cry by suggesting his blackness was optional. Today, he'd stood in court and accepted that he needed to confront his own mother's racism. That was progress. Real, measurable progress. But was it enough? And more importantly, was she capable of ever truly forgiving him for the years he'd stolen? For the pain he'd caused? For making her believe she was broken when she'd been whole all along? She didn't know. But she knew she'd keep protecting her children. Keep building the life she'd fought for. Keep being the mother they needed, whether or not Trevor ever became the father they deserved. That, at least, was something she could control. 2 weeks later, Patricia forwarded her a copy of Trevor's letter to his mother. Mom, I need to say some things that I should have said years ago. Your comments about Diane's body, her genetics, her ability to conceive, those were racist. I know that's a hard word. I know you don't think of yourself as racist. But suggesting that some populations have more fertility difficulties, that Diane and I weren't compatible biologically because she's black and I'm white, that's racism dressed up as scientific concern. And I let it happen. I let you say those things. I made Diane endure them because confronting you felt harder than asking her to just tolerate it. I chose my comfort over her dignity. I chose your approval over my wife's well-being. That was wrong. That was cowardly. And I'm ashamed of it. Now I have 3 children with Diane. 3 beautiful, brilliant, black children. And they're going to ask me someday why their grandmother questioned whether they were really mine. They're going to want to know why you made their mother feel less than human. And I need to have a better answer than she didn't mean it, or it was a different time. So here's what needs to happen. You're going to educate yourself about race, about anti-black racism, about the harm caused by colorblind ideology. I'm attaching a reading list from my therapist. You're going to work with a counselor who specializes in helping white people confront their racial biases. And you're going to do this work genuinely, not performatively, because if you don't, you will not be part of my children's lives. I know that sounds harsh. I know you'll probably be angry with me for writing this. But Mom, I have to protect my kids. I have to give them grandparents who see them fully and love them completely. If you can't be that person, then you can't be in their lives. I love you, but I love my children more. And I'm finally starting to understand what that means. Trevor. Diane read the letter 3 times. It wasn't perfect. It was still somewhat self-centered, focused on Trevor's shame rather than Catherine's harm. But it was honest, and it set a clear boundary. What do you think? Patricia asked when Diane called. I think it's a start. A real start. Diane stared at the letter on her screen. I don't know if Catherine will actually do the work, but at least Trevor's asking her to. Dr. Thompson approved it, said it shows genuine understanding and appropriate boundary setting. Patricia paused. Diane, I think he might actually pull this off. I think Trevor might actually become the father those kids need. Maybe. Diane's voice was careful, not quite allowing herself to hope. Or maybe he'll backslide the moment things get hard. The moment his kids face real racism, and he has to sit with his own helplessness to protect them from it. That's possible. But right now he's showing up. That's more than a lot of fathers do. After the call, Diane forwarded the letter to Rachel with a message. Read this and tell me I'm not crazy for thinking he might actually change. Rachel's response came quickly. You're not crazy. He's doing the work. Doesn't mean you have to forgive him. But it means your kids might actually get a father. And that's what you wanted, right? Was it what she wanted? Diane thought about the woman she'd been 6 years ago, broken by Trevor's rejection, terrified of being a single mother to 3 babies, convinced she'd failed at the most basic function of womanhood. She thought about the woman she'd become. Stronger, fiercer, someone who'd built a life from ashes and refused to let anyone make her feel small again. Did that woman want Trevor to succeed? Part of her didn't. Part of her wanted him to fail spectacularly, to prove that she was right to do everything alone, that she didn't need him, that her children were better off without his half-hearted attempts at fatherhood. But another part, the part that watched her children's faces light up when Trevor finally said something right, when he brought a book they actually wanted to read, when he apologized for his mistakes, that part hoped he'd keep growing. Because her children deserved a father. Not a perfect father. Not even a great father at first. But a father who kept showing up. Who kept doing the work. Who loved them enough to be uncomfortable, to examine his own privilege, to confront his family's racism. If Trevor could be that father, then maybe, just maybe, the wreckage of their past could be transformed into something resembling a functional family. It wouldn't be easy. It wouldn't erase the years of pain. But it would be something. And right now, something felt like enough. Dear family, Trevor is beginning to confront his racism and privilege. Writing letters to his mother, attending therapy, reading about black identity. But is 6 weeks of education enough to undo a lifetime of ignorance? Can someone who dismissed his black wife's experiences really become a good father to black children? Or is this just performative change that will fade when the court isn't watching? Where do you stand on Trevor's transformation? Drop your thoughts below. 3 months later, everything changed. It was a Tuesday, ordinary, unremarkable. Diane was at work, reviewing blueprints for a new affordable housing project, when her phone rang. The school's number. Her heart dropped. School calls during the day were never good news. Ms. Lawson? This is Principal Patterson. I need you to come to the school immediately. There's been an incident involving Noah. What kind of incident? Is he hurt? He's physically fine, but Mrs. Patterson's voice was tight. Please come as soon as you can. And Ms. Lawson? You might want to call Mr. Morrison as well. He's listed as an emergency contact now. Diane's hands went cold. I'm on my way. She grabbed her keys, told Linda she had a family emergency, and drove to the school with her heart hammering. Scenarios played through her mind, each worse than the last. Noah was gentle, quiet. He didn't get into trouble. What could have happened? She burst through the school doors 15 minutes later to find chaos. Mrs. Patterson's office was crowded. Noah sitting in a chair, his face streaked with tears. Emma and Lily flanking him protectively, having apparently been pulled from their classroom. A white woman Diane didn't recognize, her face red with anger. A boy who looked about 7 crying. And Trevor. Trevor was already there, standing behind Noah with his hand on their son's shoulder, his expression thunderous. What happened? Diane demanded. Mrs. Patterson closed the office door. Ms. Lawson, this is Mrs. Bradley, Cameron's mother. Cameron is in 2nd grade. There was an altercation on the playground during recess. What kind of altercation? The Bradley woman spoke up, her voice shrill. Your son attacked Cameron, pushed him down and started hitting him. Look at him. He has a bloody nose. Diane looked at Noah, who was shaking silently. At Emma and Lily, who both looked furious. At Trevor, whose jaw was clenched so tightly she could see the muscle jumping. Noah doesn't attack people, Diane said evenly. He's the gentlest child I know. What really happened? Mrs. Patterson pulled out her iPad. I have testimony from the playground supervisor and several students. It seems Cameron called Noah a racial slur. When Noah tried to walk away, Cameron followed him, continuing to use the slur and making monkey sounds. Noah turned around and pushed Cameron. Cameron fell and hit his face on the play structure. Noah then hit Cameron twice before the playground supervisor intervened. The room went silent. Diane felt like she'd been punched. What slur? Mrs. Patterson's expression was pained. The N-word. Multiple students confirmed this. Cameron has used racially charged language before. We've spoken to his parents about it. But this is the first time it escalated to a physical altercation. Are you seriously telling me, Trevor's voice was dangerously quiet, that you called us in here because our 5-year-old son defended himself against a racist attack? Mr. Morrison, I understand your frustration. Frustration? Trevor moved around the chair to face Mrs. Patterson directly. My son was called a racial slur. He was harassed. And you're treating him like he's the problem. The school has a zero-tolerance policy on violence. What about your policy on racism? Trevor's voice rose. What about your zero tolerance for 7-year-olds calling black children the N-word? Where's that policy? Mrs. Bradley jumped in. My son didn't mean anything by it. He heard it in a video game. He doesn't understand what it means. But your son attacked him. Your son, Diane said, her voice cold and precise, called my baby a racial slur. Followed him. Mocked him. And you're defending that. I'm not defending it. I'm saying he's 7. He doesn't understand. Then teach him. Diane's composure cracked. Teach him that word has a history. That it's been used to dehumanize black people for centuries. That it's not okay to call anyone that, regardless of whether he understands it or not. Don't tell me how to raise my son. Maybe someone should. Trevor interjected. Because right now you're raising a racist who thinks he can abuse other children without consequences. How dare you call my son a racist? He called a 5-year-old the N-word. Trevor's voice was shaking. What else would you call that? Mrs. Patterson held up her hands. Everyone please. Let's try to approach this calmly. Calmly. Diane turned to the principal. Mrs. Patterson, my son was racially abused on your playground. He defended himself. And you called both parents in here like he's the one who needs to be disciplined. How is that calm? How is that fair? The policy is clear. Screw your policy. Trevor's face was red. My son was being terrorized. He reacted. That's human nature. And you want to punish him for it. Mrs. Patterson looked between them, clearly overwhelmed. Mr. Morrison, Ms. Lawson, I understand you're upset. But the district's policy on physical altercations is non-negotiable. Noah will receive a 1-day suspension. Absolutely not. Diane's voice could cut glass. Excuse me? You are not suspending my son for defending himself against racism. If you try, I will call every news station in Seattle. I will call the ACLU. I will make this school famous for punishing black children who dare to stand up for themselves while letting white children use racial slurs without consequences. Mrs. Bradley gasped. Are you threatening? I'm promising. Diane turned to her. And you? You need to take your son home and teach him about racism. Real education, not just don't say that word. Because if he grows up thinking he can call black people slurs without consequences, he's going to have a very hard life. My son is the victim here. Your son, Trevor said quietly, his voice somehow more menacing than when he'd been shouting, learned that racism from somewhere. From someone. Maybe you should look in a mirror. Mrs. Bradley's face went purple. I'm not racist. I voted for Obama. I don't care who you voted for. I care that your 7-year-old thinks it's okay to call black children slurs. That came from somewhere. Trevor knelt down in front of Noah. Hey, buddy. Look at me. Noah raised his tear-stained face. You did nothing wrong, Trevor said firmly. Nothing. That boy said something terrible to you. Something that was meant to hurt you because of the color of your skin. And you stood up for yourself. I'm proud of you. But I hit him, Noah whispered. I'm not supposed to hit. You're not supposed to have to listen to racism either. Sometimes. Trevor glanced at Diane, who nodded slightly. Sometimes, when words are meant to dehumanize you, when someone is attacking your very identity, you have the right to defend yourself. You tried to walk away first. That was smart. But when he followed you, when he kept hurting you with those words, you protected yourself. That's not wrong. Am I going to be in trouble? No, Diane said firmly, moving to kneel beside Trevor. You're not. Because Mommy and Daddy aren't going to let that happen. It was the first time she'd referred to Trevor as Daddy directly to the children. She saw his eyes widen slightly, saw the emotion flash across his face. Mrs. Patterson, Trevor stood, all business now. Here's what's going to happen. You're not suspending Noah. You're going to suspend Cameron for using racial slurs, because that's what your anti-discrimination policy requires, and if it doesn't, you're going to revise your policies immediately. You're going to send a letter to all parents reminding them that racist language will not be tolerated. You're going to implement mandatory diversity training for all students and staff. And you're going to apologize to my son for traumatizing him further by treating him like a criminal for defending himself. Mr. Morrison, I don't have the authority. Then find someone who does. Call the district superintendent. Call the school board. Call whoever you need to call. But this is not negotiable. Mrs. Patterson looked at Diane, perhaps hoping for a more reasonable response. She didn't get one. What Trevor said, Diane agreed. All of it. And Mrs. Patterson? I liked you. I trusted you. When Trevor showed up here without authorization months ago, you had my back. But if you suspend my son for this, I will never trust this school again. I will pull all 3 of my children out, and I will make sure every black family in this district knows that this school punishes victims of racism. The silence was heavy. Finally, Mrs. Patterson spoke. I need to make some calls. Can you wait outside my office? We're not leaving, Trevor said. Not until this is resolved. Mrs. Patterson nodded tightly and picked up her phone. Diane and Trevor guided the children out into the hallway. Emma and Lily immediately wrapped themselves around Noah, who was still crying silently. You okay, buddy? Lily whispered. That boy was mean, Emma said fiercely. He's mean all the time. He called me the B word last week, and I told Mrs. Chun, but nothing happened. Diane's head whipped around. What? Emma, why didn't you tell me? Because you have so many things to worry about already. I didn't want to make it worse. Diane felt like she'd been gutted. Her 6-year-old daughter was already learning to carry racism alone, to protect her mother from the weight of it. Baby, no. You always tell me. Always. I don't care how worried I seem or how busy I am. You tell me when someone treats you badly because of your skin. That's not your burden to carry alone. Emma nodded, but Diane could see the exhaustion in her daughter's eyes. Already, at 6, she was tired. Trevor was standing slightly apart, his hands in his hair, looking destroyed. Diane walked over to him. You did good in there, she said quietly. I wanted to kill him, Trevor admitted, his voice shaking. That kid. His mother. All of them. I wanted to. He stopped, took a breath. Is this what it's like? All the time? Watching them face this shit, and knowing I can't protect them from it? Yes. How do you stand it? Because I don't have a choice. Because this is their reality, and my job is to prepare them for it, while also protecting their innocence as long as possible. It's an impossible balance. Diane looked at her 3 children, huddled together. But you learn. You build armor around your heart, so you can be strong for them even when you're falling apart inside. Trevor nodded slowly. Then, without asking permission, he pulled Diane into a hug. She stiffened, surprised. They hadn't touched since the divorce. Hadn't been this close in 6 years. But there was nothing romantic about this embrace. It was 2 parents, united in their fear and fury, trying to hold each other up while their children's innocence cracked around them. Diane allowed herself to lean into it for just a moment, to accept the support she'd refused for so long. Then she pulled back. We should call Patricia. Make sure we're protected legally if this goes sideways. Already texted her. Trevor showed her his phone. She's on standby. 20 minutes later, Mrs. Patterson emerged from her office. I've spoken with the district superintendent. Here's what's been decided. Cameron Bradley will receive a 3-day suspension for using racial slurs and harassment. Noah will receive no disciplinary action. His response has been classified as self-defense under the district's anti-discrimination policy. Mrs. Bradley has been informed that Cameron must complete age-appropriate education about racism and civil rights before he can return to school. And the district will be implementing comprehensive anti-racism training for all staff and students beginning next month. What about the apology? Trevor pressed. Mrs. Patterson turned to Noah, who was watching from between his sisters. She knelt down to his level. Noah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that boy hurt you with his words. I'm sorry our playground supervisors didn't stop it sooner. I'm sorry you had to defend yourself. And I'm very sorry that I made you feel like you did something wrong. You didn't. You were brave to stand up for yourself, and I should have told you that immediately. Noah nodded, not quite able to speak. Can you forgive me? Mrs. Patterson asked. I guess, Noah whispered. Mrs. Patterson stood. Mr. Morrison, Ms. Lawson, I hope this resolution is acceptable. I've failed your family today, but I promise we'll do better. See that you do, Diane said. Her voice was still cold, but she could feel the adrenaline starting to fade. Because my children deserve to feel safe at school. All children do. They left the school together, Diane, Trevor, and the triplets. In the parking lot, Trevor turned to Diane. Can I take them for a few hours? Not officially, not as visitation. Just, I want to be with them. Process this. Make sure they're okay. Diane studied him. This would be the first unsupervised time he'd had with the children. It violated the court order. If anything went wrong, it could complicate the custody case. But she looked at his face, at the genuine concern, the protectiveness, the understanding that had been absent 3 months ago, and made a decision. Okay, but you bring them home by 6. And Trevor, she caught his arm. Thank you. For showing up. For standing up for him. For being the father he needed today. I should have been that father from the beginning. Trevor's voice was thick. I'm so sorry, Diane. For all of it. For not believing you. For not doing the work sooner. For not understanding what it would mean to be the father of black children. I know. And she did. She could see it in every line of his face. Every choice he'd made over the past 3 months. But you're doing the work now. That matters. He nodded, gathered the children, and led them to his car. Diane watched them go, her babies climbing into their father's vehicle for the first time without supervision, without her protection. It terrified her, but it also felt right. When Trevor brought them home at 5:45, all 3 children were smiling. We went to the library, Emma announced, and got books about people who fought racism. Trevor said we should know their names, Lily added. So if anyone is mean to us, we remember we come from strong people. Noah was quieter, but holding Trevor's hand. Daddy said he's going to talk to his mom. His real mom, not you. He said she needs to learn like he learned. Diane looked at Trevor over their heads. He nodded. Can we see Daddy again soon? Emma asked. Without Mrs. Chin? That's up to the judge, Diane said carefully. But maybe, if Daddy keeps doing such a good job. He's doing a good job, Noah said softly. It was the first time he'd defended Trevor. He protected me today. After the kids went inside to wash up for dinner, Trevor lingered. I meant what I said to Noah. About talking to my mother. I called her from the library, told her what happened, told her this is exactly why she needs to do the work. She got defensive. I told her she has a choice, education or no relationship with her grandchildren. She hung up on me. I'm sorry. Don't be. You told me this would happen. That if I really wanted to be their father, I'd have to choose them over my own comfort. Over my family's comfort. He smiled sadly. Turns out you were right. About everything. Not everything. I thought you couldn't change. I thought you'd always be the man who called me a liar and walked away. I was that man. For a long time. Trevor looked at the apartment where his children were. But I don't want to be him anymore. I want to be the man they need. The father they deserve. Even if it costs me my relationship with my mother. Even if it costs me everything. Diane studied him for a long moment. Saw the sincerity in his eyes. The exhaustion. The transformation that had been painful and slow, but undeniably real. Come to dinner, she said impulsively. What? Come to dinner. Nothing fancy. Just chicken nuggets and vegetables, because that's all they'll eat on Tuesdays. But come. Eat with your children. Let them see us being civil, maybe even friendly. Let them see what co-parenting could look like. Trevor looked like she'd offered him something precious and impossible. Are you sure? No, but I'm doing it anyway. She smiled slightly. You showed up for them today. The least I can do is feed you. Dinner was chaotic and loud and strangely normal. The triplets fought over who got which chair. Emma spilled her milk. Lily told an elaborate story about her classmate's pet hamster that seemed to have no ending. Noah was quiet, but kept glancing at Trevor like he needed to confirm he was real. Trevor was awkward at first, clearly out of his depth with the chaos of feeding 3 children simultaneously. But he helped Noah cut his chicken nuggets. He listened to Lily's hamster story with genuine interest. He mediated the chair dispute with surprising patience. Diane watched from the kitchen, cleaning up, and felt something shift in her chest. This was what she'd wanted 6 years ago. A partner. Someone to share the load. Someone who saw their children's beauty and possibility without needing them to be easier or less complicated. She'd thought Trevor could never be that person. But watching him now, laughing at Emma's joke, helping Noah with his vegetables, asking Lily thoughtful questions, she wondered if maybe, just maybe, he could become it. Not for her. That ship had sailed. The trust was too broken, the hurt too deep. But for the children, maybe he could be what they needed. After dinner, after Trevor left with promises to see them at the next supervised visit, after the kids were bathed and in pajamas, Diane sat with them on the couch. "How do you feel about today?" she asked. "Scared," Noah admitted. "That boy was really mean." "He was. And he was wrong. What he said to you, that word, it's meant to hurt. It's meant to make you feel small. But you're not small, Noah. You're strong. You're brave. You come from people who survived things far worse than one mean boy on a playground." Trevor said that too. "Trevor's right. Are you and Trevor friends now?" Emma asked. Diane considered the question. "Not friends exactly. But we're learning to be partners in taking care of you. We're learning to work together instead of against each other. And that's good for you. I like when Trevor comes to dinner," Lily said softly. "It feels like we're a real family." They were a real family. Had been all along. The 4 of them, Diane and her 3 miracles. They'd built a life, a home, a foundation of love that was unshakable. But she understood what Lily meant. Having Trevor there, having both parents present, made them feel more complete, more normal. Even if Diane wasn't sure she'd ever fully forgive him. Even if their relationship would never be what it once was. For her children, she could learn to make space for him. She could learn to co-parent with the man who'd rejected them all. She could do the impossible thing she'd been doing all along, putting her children first, no matter the cost to her own heart. "You are a real family," she told them, pulling all 3 close. "You've always been real. But yes, it's nice to have Trevor being part of it now. As long as he keeps showing up. As long as he keeps being the father you deserve. What if he stops?" Noah worried. "Then we'll handle it. Together. The 4 of us. Like we always do." She kissed each of their foreheads. "But I don't think he's going to stop. I think he's finally figuring out what he's been missing. And I don't think he's going to walk away from that again." She hoped she was right. For her children's sake, she really, really hoped she was right. 6 months later, Diane stood in Judge Brennan's courtroom for what she hoped would be the last time. The past 6 months had been a journey of small miracles and hard-won progress. Trevor had continued therapy with Dr. Thompson. He'd completed every assignment, read every book, attended every cultural competency workshop. More importantly, he'd shown up, consistently, reliably, in ways that slowly rebuilt trust. The supervised visits had evolved. Trevor learned the children's routines, their preferences, their personalities. He learned that Emma needed direct communication, that Noah needed gentleness, that Lily needed structure. He learned to braid hair, badly at first, then competently. He learned which books they loved, which foods they hated, which songs made them laugh. He'd written his mother 3 more letters. Catherine had responded to none of them. 2 weeks ago, she'd sent a message through Trevor's father. Tell him I'm not going to be lectured about race by my own son. When he comes to his senses, I'll be here. Trevor had shown Diane the message. I think that's her way of saying she's not changing. I'm sorry, Diane had said, and meant it. Whatever Catherine's flaws, she was still his mother. Don't be. You were right, I had to choose. And I choose them. He'd looked at the triplets, playing in the park during one of his now unsupervised visits. I choose them every time. That had been the turning point. When unsupervised visitation became regular. When Trevor started picking them up from school once a week. When he began having them for dinner at his apartment. The new, smaller apartment he'd moved to after Jessica filed for divorce. Jessica had given birth 3 months ago. A boy named Michael. Trevor's son, the triplets' half-brother. It was complicated, but they were making it work. Jessica and Diane had formed an unlikely friendship. 2 women connected by Trevor's failures, supporting each other through single motherhood. Jessica brought baby Michael to meet the triplets, and they'd been fascinated by their tiny half-brother. He's so small, Noah had whispered, touching Michael's tiny hand. You were that small once, Diane had told him. All 3 of you. Smallest babies in the NICU, because you came early. But you grew up strong. Now, standing in Judge Brennan's courtroom, Diane felt the weight of the past year settling on her shoulders. So much had changed. So much healing had happened. But also so much hurt that would never fully go away. All rise for the Honorable Judge Elizabeth Brennan. They rose. Trevor stood at his table with Hutchinson. Diane stood with Patricia. In the gallery sat Rachel, Jessica with baby Michael, Gloria, who'd flown in from Atlanta, and surprisingly, Trevor's father Richard. Catherine was not there. Judge Brennan surveyed the courtroom with her sharp eyes. We're here for final custody determination in the matter of Morrison versus Lawson. I've reviewed all reports from the past 6 months. Mrs. Chen's visitation reports, Dr. Thompson's therapy assessments, school records, and testimony from various parties. Before I make my ruling, I want to hear from the children. Diane's heart stopped. Your Honor, the children are 6 years old now, old enough to have opinions about their own lives. I've arranged for them to speak with me privately in my chambers. No parents, no lawyers, just me and them. Is that acceptable to both parties? Diane looked at Patricia, who nodded slightly. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Morrison? Trevor's voice was tight. Yes, Your Honor. Good. Bailiff, please bring in the children. The triplets entered, looking small and uncertain in their matching outfits. Emma's chin was up, defiant. Noah held the bailiff's hand. Lily stayed close to her siblings. They looked at Diane first, seeking reassurance. She smiled, nodded. It's okay. Tell the truth. Judge Brennan's expression softened. Hello, Emma, Noah, Lily. I'm Judge Brennan. You're not in any trouble. I just want to talk to you about your family. Is that okay? They nodded. Come with me. Your parents will wait right here. This will only take about 15 minutes. The children filed into the judge's chambers. The door closed behind them. Diane sat down heavily, her hands shaking. What if they say something? What if they don't want? They'll tell the truth, Patricia said calmly. That's all they can do. And whatever they say, we'll handle it. Trevor was pale, gripping the edge of his table. Hutchinson murmured something to him, but Trevor didn't seem to hear. 15 minutes stretched into an eternity. Finally, the door opened. The children emerged, Emma whispering something to her siblings. They looked okay. Not traumatized. Just thoughtful. Judge Brennan followed, her expression unreadable. She took her seat. Thank you, children. You can sit with your Aunt Rachel now. Rachel gathered them, led them to the gallery. Diane watched them go, her heart in her throat. "I've spoken with the children," Judge Brennan began, "and I want to share what they told me, not verbatim, but the essence of it." Emma said, and I quote, "Trevor is trying really hard to be a good dad. He makes mistakes, but he says sorry and tries to do better. I think he should get to spend more time with us, but Mommy should always be in charge because she's been here from the beginning." Diane's eyes filled with tears. Noah said, "Sometimes Trevor doesn't understand things about being black, but he listens when we teach him. He protected me when that boy was mean at school. I think he's a good daddy now, even if he wasn't before." Trevor's head dropped, his shoulders shaking. And Lily said, "I want both my parents. I want Mommy because she's always been there. And I want Daddy because he's learning how to love us right. Can the judge make them both stay?" Judge Brennan removed her glasses, and for the first time, Diane saw emotion in her eyes. These children are wise beyond their years. They understand nuance. They understand forgiveness without forgetting. They understand that their father failed them and is working to make amends. And they've clearly been raised by a mother who taught them to think critically and speak honestly. She turned to Trevor. "Mr. Morrison, stand please." Trevor stood, wiping his eyes. 6 months ago, you were a man who didn't understand his own prejudices. A man who wanted the easy version of fatherhood. The one where race didn't matter, where history didn't matter, where you could just love your children without doing the hard work of preparing them for the world they'll navigate. That man is not ready to be a parent. Trevor's face crumpled. "But," Judge Brennan continued, "you're not that man anymore. You've done the work. You've confronted your family's racism at great personal cost. You've shown up consistently for 6 months. You've learned to braid hair, pack lunches, handle tantrums. You've read books about Black history with your children. You've sat with their pain when they face racism and didn't try to minimize it. You've become, slowly and painfully, the father they need." She looked at her notes. Dr. Thompson's final assessment says, "Trevor Morrison will never fully understand the Black experience. He'll never know what it's like to move through the world in dark skin. But he's learned to listen, to defer to his children's mother on matters of racial navigation, to acknowledge his own ignorance and ask for help. That's the best any white parent of Black children can do." Judge Brennan turned to Diane. "Ms. Lawson, you have been exemplary throughout this process. You've protected your children while still allowing their father opportunities to grow. You've set boundaries without poisoning them against him. You've done everything a mother should do. The court recognizes that. Thank you, Your Honor." Diane's voice was barely a whisper. "Here's my ruling." Judge Brennan picked up her gavel. "Ms. Lawson will retain primary physical custody. The children's primary residence remains with their mother. However, Mr. Morrison is granted joint legal custody, meaning both parents must agree on major decisions regarding education, healthcare, and religious upbringing. Mr. Morrison will have visitation every other weekend, 1 weekday evening per week, and alternating holidays. After 1 year of successful co-parenting, we can reassess and potentially expand to a more equal custody split." She looked at both parents. "I'm also ordering that both of you attend co-parenting counseling together. You need to learn to communicate, to make decisions jointly, to put your children's needs ahead of your own hurt. Can you do that?" "Yes, Your Honor," they said in unison. "Good. Because those 3 children in the gallery deserve parents who can work together. They deserve a mother who continues to be their rock, and a father who continues to grow. They deserve both of you at your best." Judge Brennan raised her gavel. "As for child support, Mr. Morrison, you'll pay $7,500 per month total for all 3 children, plus half of all medical, educational, and extracurricular expenses. Back support is set at $300,000 to be paid over 5 years. These terms are effective immediately and non-negotiable. Yes, Your Honor. This court is adjourned. And may I say, Judge Brennan smiled slightly, the first time Diane had seen her do so. I hope your family finds peace. You've all earned it. She banged the gavel. Outside the courthouse, the morning sun was brilliant. Spring had arrived in Seattle. Cherry blossoms and blue skies, and the promise of new beginnings. Diane stood on the steps, breathing in the fresh air, feeling the weight of the past year lifting. It was over. The legal battle was over. Trevor approached slowly, respectfully maintaining distance. Diane. Trevor. Thank you. For giving me a chance. For not giving up on me even when I deserved it. His voice was thick with emotion. I know I can never make up for the years I missed. For the pain I caused you. But I swear, I'm going to spend the rest of my life trying to be the father they deserve. I know. And she did. She could see it in every choice he'd made over the past 6 months. Just keep showing up. Keep doing the work. Keep putting them first. I will. He hesitated. Jessica and we were talking. About maybe doing holidays together. All of us. You, me, her, the kids. So Michael and the triplets can grow up as siblings, rather than just half-siblings who see each other occasionally. Would that be okay? Diane thought about it. A year ago, the idea would have been impossible. But now, I think that could be good. For the kids. Let's start small. Maybe a birthday party for Michael. See how it goes. Thank you. Trevor smiled, and it was genuine. You know, I told Dr. Thompson something last week. I told her I finally understand what you tried to tell me during our marriage. That loving someone means seeing all of them, not just the easy parts. Means doing the work even when it's uncomfortable. Means choosing them every day, not just when it's convenient. That's what love is, Diane agreed. Real love. The kind that lasts. I'm sorry I didn't understand that when we were married. I'm sorry too. Sorry it took losing everything for you to figure it out. Diane looked at the courthouse behind them. But we can't change the past. We can only move forward. The children came running out then, Rachel and Gloria following. Is it over? Emma demanded. Can Trevor come to our house more now? Yes and yes, Diane said. Trevor can visit more often. But you'll still live with me most of the time. Good, Noah said firmly. Because I like our apartment. And my bed. And my stuffed animals. You'll bring your stuffed animals when you visit me, Trevor assured him. My apartment has a room just for you 3. We'll decorate it however you want. Can I paint my wall? Emma asked eagerly. Within reason, Trevor laughed. Gloria approached, studying Trevor with the sharp eyes of a protective grandmother. So, you're the man who broke my daughter's heart. Mama, Diane started. No, she's right. Trevor met Gloria's gaze steadily. I did break her heart. I failed her in every way that mattered. I don't deserve her forgiveness. But I'm grateful for the chance to be a father to our children. Gloria studied him for a long moment. Well, at least you're honest about it. That's more than most men. She turned to Diane. You did good, baby girl. Those babies are happy and healthy and loved. That's all that matters. Thanks, Mama. Jessica appeared with baby Michael in a carrier. Congratulations. To both of you. I know this wasn't easy. Nothing worth having is, Diane said. She looked at Michael, sleeping peacefully. How's he doing? Eating every 2 hours and never sleeping. It's exhausting. Jessica smiled tiredly. But I wouldn't trade it. He's perfect. They all are. Diane looked at her triplets, at Trevor, at this strange, broken, rebuilt family they'd become. Even when they drive us crazy. Rachel approached with a mischievous smile. So, Who wants to come over for a custody victory / thank God this is finally over barbecue? Rachel, Diane laughed. It's 10 a.m. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. And I bought enough food to feed an army. Come on, all of you. Let's celebrate. The barbecue was chaotic and perfect. Rachel's small house was packed with people. Diane's family, Trevor trying to navigate conversations with Gloria, who was warming up to him slowly, Jessica managing a fussy Michael, the triplets running wild in the backyard. Diane stood at the kitchen window, watching her children play. They were arguing about the rules of some game they'd invented, their voices loud and joyful. Normal kid stuff. Beautiful, ordinary, normal kid stuff. You did it, Patricia said, appearing beside her with a beer. You survived. You won. We all won. Eventually. Diane sipped her own beer. Even Trevor. He gets to know his kids now. That's a win for everyone. You're more generous than I'd be. I'm not generous. I'm realistic. Diane watched Trevor in the yard, pushing Noah on the swing. Those kids need a father. And Trevor's finally becoming one. I can hate what he did to me while acknowledging that he's good for them now. That's very mature. That's very exhausting, Diane corrected with a laugh. But necessary. Patricia clinked her beer against Diane's. To necessary exhaustion. To surviving impossible things. They drank. Later, after food and laughter and several glasses of wine, after the children were tired and sun-drunk, Diane found herself alone on the back porch with Trevor. The sun was setting, painting the Seattle sky in shades of pink and gold. The children were inside watching a movie with Rachel. It was quiet, peaceful. This is nice, Trevor said softly. All of us together. Like a real family. We are a real family. Just not the kind either of us imagined. No. Trevor was quiet for a moment. Diane, can I ask you something? Okay. Do you think, someday, you'll be able to forgive me? Really forgive me? Not just coexist with me for the kids' sake, but actually let go of the anger. Diane considered the question carefully. Did she forgive him? For calling her broken? For rejecting their children? For 6 years of absence? I don't know, she said honestly. I think I'm moving toward forgiveness. I can see that you've changed. I can acknowledge that you're doing the work. But Trevor, you hurt me in ways that left scars. You made me believe I was defective, that my body was the enemy, that I was less than. That doesn't just go away because you've read some books and gone to therapy. I know. His voice was heavy with regret. But, Diane continued, I think I'm learning to separate you as my ex-husband from you as my children's father. I don't have to forgive the man who hurt me in order to co-parent effectively with the man you're becoming. Does that make sense? It does. Trevor smiled sadly. For what it's worth, I'll spend the rest of my life trying to prove I'm different now. Not to win you back. I know that ship has sailed. But to show those kids that people can change. That mistakes don't have to define you. That you can fuck up monumentally and still become better. That's a good lesson for them to learn. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment. Then Trevor said, Jessica asked me something last week. She asked if I still loved you. I told her yes. Not romantically, but in the way you love someone who shaped you, who survived you, who gave you the greatest gifts of your life despite how badly you treated them. I told her I'll always love you for giving me our children, for raising them when I was too stupid to believe they existed, for being strong enough to survive my weakness. Diane felt tears building. Trevor, I'm not trying to make you cry. I just wanted you to know. You deserved better than me. You deserve better than me now. But I'm grateful, so fucking grateful, that you're giving me a chance to be a father anyway. You're welcome. Diane wiped her eyes. And Trevor, for what it's worth, I think you're going to be a good father. You're already better than you were. And you're going to keep getting better. I can see it. Thank you. That means more than you know. The back door opened. Emma stuck her head out. Mommy, Daddy, the movie is over. Noah says we have to go home because it's a school night. Noah's right, Diane said, standing. Come on, let's get you three home. Can Daddy come? Lily asked hopefully. Diane looked at Trevor, who shrugged. If it's okay with your mom. It's okay, Diane said. Daddy can come. Help with bedtime. Read you a story. The children cheered and ran back inside to tell their aunts and grandmother. Trevor stood, faced Diane. Is this real? Are we really here? After everything, we're really here. Diane smiled. Broken and rebuilt and different, but here. Together. For them. For them, Trevor agreed. They walked inside together. That night, after stories and teeth brushing and 3 rounds of just one more hug, the triplets were finally asleep. Diane stood in their doorway, Trevor beside her, watching them breathe. 3 small bodies, 3 rising and falling chests, 3 miracles she'd fought so hard to protect. They're beautiful, Trevor whispered. I can't believe I almost missed this. All of this. But you didn't miss it. Not all of it. You're here now. Thanks to you. Thanks to Judge Brennan. Thanks to Dr. Thompson forcing me to confront my own shit. Trevor smiled slightly. Thanks to my stubborn, brilliant children who refused to accept the easy version of fatherhood I tried to give them. Diane closed the door quietly. They walked to the living room where Rachel had left coffee brewing. I should go, Trevor said. Let you get some rest. But thank you. For today. For everything. You're welcome. At the door, Trevor paused. Same time next week? Wednesday dinner. Same time next week, Diane confirmed. He left, and Diane locked the door behind him. She stood there for a moment, listening to the quiet apartment. Her home, her sanctuary, the place she'd built from nothing. Rachel emerged from the kitchen with 2 mugs of coffee. How you feeling? Exhausted. Relieved. Cautiously hopeful. Diane accepted a mug. Like I just survived a war, but forgot to put down my weapons. You can put them down now. The fight is over. Is it though? Diane sipped her coffee. Or is this just the beginning of a different fight? Learning to co-parent with a man I don't fully trust. Watching my children love someone who hurt me. Letting go of control after 6 years of doing everything alone. Those are good problems to have, Rachel said gently. They mean you won. You survived. You protected those babies, and now they get to have both parents. That's what you wanted. I know. Diane smiled. I know it is. I'm just tired. So tired. Then rest. You've earned it. 3 months later, on a Saturday morning, everything felt different. Diane woke to silence, glorious, unusual silence. The triplets were with Trevor for the weekend. His first overnight visit. 2 whole days of freedom. She'd worried, of course. Texted Trevor 17 times yesterday to make sure he had everything. The right snacks, the emergency contact numbers, the list of bedtime routines. He'd been patient with her anxiety, responding to every text, sending photos of the kids having dinner, brushing teeth, reading stories. They're okay, his final text had said. I've got this. Get some rest. And she had. Slept for 10 hours straight for the first time in 6 years. Now she stretched, made coffee, and sat on her couch in peaceful solitude. Her phone buzzed. A text from Trevor. Morning. Kids are eating breakfast. Emma wants to know if she can paint her wall at my place purple. Thoughts? Diane laughed. As long as you're the one cleaning it up when she inevitably makes a mess. Sure. Perfect. Noah wants to say hi. A moment later, a video call came through. Noah's face filled the screen, syrup on his chin. Hi, Mommy. We're having pancakes. I see that, baby. Are they good? Really good? Daddy made them shaped like dinosaurs. Wow, that's impressive. Trevor's face appeared over Noah's shoulder. Hey, just wanted to check in. Let you know everyone survived the night. I see that. Diane felt her chest loosen. Thank you. For the updates. For putting up with my anxiety. It's not anxiety. It's being a good mother. And you're allowed to worry. These are your babies. Trevor smiled. But I promise they're safe. We're having fun. And I'm not screwing this up. I can see that. Mommy, Daddy says we can go to the zoo today. Emma's voice from off-screen. That sounds fun. Wanna come? Noah asked hopefully. Diane hesitated. Trevor's weekend. His time. She shouldn't intrude. But Trevor caught her eye through the screen. You're welcome to join us. If you want. No pressure. I don't want to interrupt. You're not interrupting. You're their mom. You're always welcome. He meant it. She could see it in his expression. Okay, Diane heard herself say. I'll meet you there. In an hour. Perfect. See you soon. The call ended. Diane sat for a moment, coffee in hand, marveling at the strangeness of her life. A year ago, she'd walked into Trevor's baby shower planning to detonate his world. Now she was voluntarily spending a Saturday at the zoo with him. Life was weird. Life was complicated. But it was also, finally, starting to feel like it might be okay. The zoo was crowded with families. Children shrieking, parents chasing toddlers, the smell of popcorn and cotton candy. Diane found Trevor and the kids near the elephant exhibit. Emma was gesticulating wildly about something. Noah was holding Trevor's hand. Lily was studying the educational plaque with intense concentration. Mommy. All three spotted her simultaneously and came running. She knelt, gathered them all in a hug. Hi, babies. Having fun. So much fun. Daddy bought us ice cream, even though it's only 10. Emma announced. Did he now? Diane looked at Trevor with raised eyebrows. He had the grace to look sheepish. They promised they'd eat real lunch later. They always promise that. I'm learning. They fell into step together, the 5 of them, wandering through the zoo. Trevor carried Noah when he got tired. Diane held Lily's hand. Emma ran ahead, then circled back, full of energy and commentary. To an outside observer, they probably looked like a normal family. A married couple with their 3 children, enjoying a Saturday outing. They weren't that. Would never be that again. But they were something. A new kind of family. Broken and rebuilt and different, but functional. Loving. At lunch, hot dogs and overpriced drinks at the zoo cafe. Trevor said something that surprised her. I've been thinking about dating again. Jessica encouraged me to. Said I need to move forward. Diane felt an unexpected pang. Not jealousy. Something else. The finality of it. Okay. That's good. You should. I wanted to tell you first. Make sure it was okay. That it wouldn't be weird for the kids. Trevor, you don't need my permission to date. We're divorced. You're allowed to have a life. I know. But the kids, they're just getting used to this. To us co-parenting. I don't want to introduce complications. Dating is part of life. If you meet someone good who treats you and the kids well, that's a positive thing. Diane meant it. Just be careful. Make sure she understands the kids come first. That they're black children who need someone who can see them fully. Don't make the same mistakes. I won't. Trevor's voice was firm. I swear I won't. Dr. Thompson and I have talked about this. About making sure anyone I date understands the complexity of being a step-parent to black children. About not bringing anyone around the kids until I'm sure they're going to stay. About protecting them from my romantic choices. Good. What about you? Trevor asked. Are you dating? Diane laughed. When? Between working full-time and single parenting and court dates, I barely have time to shower. Now you have more time. I have them every other weekend. You could. I could, Diane agreed. Maybe I will. Someday. When I'm ready. She looked at her children, arguing over who got the last French fry. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out who I am outside of being their mom. That's enough. 6 more months passed. Life settled into a rhythm. Trevor picked up the kids every Wednesday for dinner. Every other weekend they stayed with him. Holidays were negotiated and shared. School events were attended by both parents. They learned to communicate, to text about homework and doctor's appointments, and the 1,000 small details of raising 3 children. To disagree without fighting. To compromise. It wasn't perfect. There were still moments of tension, old hurts surfacing. Times when Diane wanted to tell Trevor exactly what she thought of his latest parenting choice. Times when Trevor clearly wanted to argue, but held his tongue. But they made it work. For the children. Always for the children. The triplets thrived. Emma became obsessed with painting, their walls at both houses covered with her artwork. Noah discovered a love of reading, devouring chapter books about magic and adventure. Lily joined a gymnastics class and talked constantly about someday being in the Olympics. They still faced racism, comments from classmates, suspicious looks in stores, the 1,000 small cuts of moving through the world as black children. But now they had 2 parents helping them navigate it. Diane with her lifetime of experience and hard-won wisdom. Trevor with his growing understanding and fierce protectiveness. Together, they armed their children with pride and awareness and resilience. Michael, the triplets' half-brother, started walking. The kids were obsessed with him, calling him our baby, and fighting over who got to hold him. Jessica and Diane's friendship deepened, united by single motherhood and the complex task of co-parenting with Trevor. Catherine never came around. She sent cards at Christmas with checks enclosed, but refused to meet her grandchildren until this diversity nonsense stopped. Trevor cashed the checks and threw away the cards. He'd chosen his children. He'd chosen right. Richard, Trevor's father, had been different. Quiet, observant, he'd shown up at the triplets' 6th birthday party with thoughtful gifts. A microscope for Emma, an advanced chapter book for Noah, a gymnastics mat for Lily. He'd sat with Gloria and had a long conversation about what it meant to be a grandfather to black children. I spent too long letting my wife control our family's narrative, he'd told Trevor later. I won't make that mistake with my grandchildren. If she can't see their value, that's her loss. Not mine. 1 year after the final custody hearing, Diane received an unexpected call. Ms. Lawson? This is Dr. Keisha Thompson, Trevor Morrison's therapist. Do you have a moment? Of course. Is everything okay? Everything is fine. Actually, I'm calling with good news. Trevor has completed our work together. After 18 months, I'm officially discharging him from therapy with my full endorsement that he's ready to be an equal co-parent to your children. Diane felt something shift in her chest. That's good. Thank you for all your work with him. He did the work himself. I just provided the framework. Dr. Thompson paused. Ms. Lawson, I want you to know something. In my career, I've worked with dozens of white parents navigating interracial family dynamics. Most of them never get it. They want the quick fix, the easy answer. They want to be told they're good people who just need to read 1 book and they'll be fine. Trevor wasn't like that. He sat with his discomfort. He cried in my office. He got angry at himself for things he'd said and done. He did the deep, painful work of excavating his own prejudices and privileges. That's rare. That's valuable. I've seen the change in him. I know you have. But I wanted you to hear it from someone objective. Trevor Morrison is not the same man who called you a liar 6 years ago. He's not the same man who showed up at that first supervised visit and made his son cry. He's someone different now. Someone better. And that's largely because you gave him the space to become that person while also holding him accountable every step of the way. Tears were building in Diane's eyes. Thank you for telling me. You're welcome. And Ms. Lawson? I hope you're as proud of yourself as you should be. What you've done, raising 3 children alone, rebuilding your life, navigating this custody battle with grace, it's extraordinary. Your children are lucky to have you. After the call ended, Diane sat in her office and cried. Not sad tears. Released tears. Relief tears. It was over. Really over. The transformation was complete. Trevor had done the work. The court had recognized it. Even his therapist was signing off. Her children had a father. A real, present, educated father who could see them fully. And Diane could finally put down the weapons she'd been carrying for so long. That weekend was Trevor's turn with the kids. But on Friday night, he called. Hey, I know this is my weekend, but I was wondering, would you want to come over Sunday? For dinner? All of us together. Like a family dinner? Yeah, I want to, he paused. I want to show you something. Something I've been working on. And I want the kids to see us all together. See that we can do this. Be a family, even if it's not a traditional one. Okay, Diane found herself saying. What time? 5. I'll cook. Well, I'll attempt to cook. Might order backup pizza. Sunday arrived sunny and warm. Diane drove to Trevor's apartment with butterflies in her stomach. She'd been here before, dropping off the kids, picking them up. But she'd never stayed. Never really seen how Trevor lived with their children. The triplets met her at the door, excited. Mommy, come see our room. Daddy finished it. They dragged her down the hallway to a bedroom painted in bright colors. Purple, blue, yellow. 3 beds, 3 dressers, 3 distinct spaces that somehow worked together. Emma's wall was covered with her paintings. Noah's bookshelf overflowed. Lily's gymnastics ribbons hung on a corkboard. Daddy said we could decorate however we wanted, Emma said proudly. It's our room, Noah added. Really ours. Not just for visiting. Diane felt her throat tighten. This was more than a guest room. This was a home. Trevor had created a home for their children. It's perfect, she managed. Trevor appeared in the doorway. Come on, dinner's almost ready. Well, the pizza just arrived because I burned the chicken, but there's salad and garlic bread I didn't ruin. Dinner was chaotic and loud. The children talking over each other, arguing about whose turn it was to pick the movie after dinner. Trevor mediated disputes with growing confidence. Diane helped serve, clean up, fell into the rhythm of co-parenting without thinking about it. After dinner, after the movie, they'd compromised on a nature documentary that put Lily to sleep. Trevor said, Kids, can you play in your room for a bit? I want to talk to your mom. They went, grumbling about grown-up conversations. Trevor led Diane to the small balcony overlooking the city. The sun was setting, painting Seattle in gold and pink. I wanted to show you something. He pulled out his phone, opened to a document. I've been writing. Dr. Thompson suggested it. Processing everything. And I wrote this. For you. I was going to just send it, but I thought you deserved to hear it. He started reading. Dear Diane, there's no way to adequately apologize for what I did to you. To us. To the family we could have had. But I need to try. 6 years ago, I called you a liar. I rejected our children before they were born. I blocked your number and moved on with my life like you'd never mattered. I told myself, and everyone else, that you were the problem, that you were broken, that leaving you was the only choice. I was wrong about everything. You weren't broken. I was. You weren't the problem. My inability to handle difficult truths, to confront my own family's racism, to do the work required to be a good husband and father. That was the problem. For 5 years, I let my mother make comments about your body, your genetics, your worth. I told you that you were being too sensitive when you called it what it was, racism. I asked you to make me comfortable with your blackness instead of doing my own work to understand it. I blamed you for our infertility because it was easier than examining whether I might be part of the issue. I made you small so I could feel big. And when you called me 2 weeks after our divorce, terrified and pregnant and alone, I chose the easy path. I chose to believe you were lying rather than face the possibility that I'd made a catastrophic mistake, that I'd abandoned you at the exact moment you needed me most. I robbed myself of 5 years with our children. But worse, I robbed them of having a father. I robbed you of support you deserved. I robbed us all of the family we could have been. I can't get those years back. I can't undo the pain I caused. I can't erase the trauma of raising 3 babies alone while I played happy family with someone else. But I can change. I can do better. I can become the father our children need. Not the father I wanted to be, but the one they actually need. A father who sees their blackness as fundamental to who they are, not an inconvenience to overcome. A father who prepares them for racism instead of pretending it doesn't exist. A father who shows up consistently and reliably, even when it's hard. Dr. Thompson asked me what I wanted from you. Forgiveness? Reconciliation? A chance to prove I'd changed? I told her I wanted you to be free. Free from the weight of my failures. Free from the anger you're entitled to feel. Free from having to manage my guilt or education or growth. Free to live your life without the shadow of what I did to you. You gave me our children when you had every reason not to. You let me back into their lives when you could have fought me every step. You've been patient and gracious and strong in ways I'll never fully comprehend. I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I wanted you to know that I see you. I see the mother you've been. I see the strength it took to survive what I did to you. I see the grace you've shown in letting me become their father despite everything. Thank you. For the children. For the chance. For not giving up on the possibility that I could become better. I'll spend the rest of my life trying to deserve the gift you gave me. Trevor. Silence hung in the air when he finished reading. Diane stood at the balcony railing, tears streaming down her face, watching the city lights flicker on as darkness fell. Diane, Trevor started. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you for writing that. For understanding. For finally seeing what you did. I should have seen it 6 years ago. Hell, I should have seen it during our marriage. But you didn't. And that hurt more than you'll ever know. Diane turned to face him. You made me hate my own body, Trevor. You made me feel like I was failing at the most basic function of womanhood. You let your mother suggest I was genetically inferior. You blamed me for something neither of us could control. And then when I was finally pregnant, when the miracle we'd hoped for actually happened, you called me a liar. I know. Do you? Do you really understand how that destroyed me? I sat in my apartment with 3 positive pregnancy tests, terrified and alone, and the man I'd loved for years told me I was making it up for attention. Her voice broke. I've never felt so small in my entire life. I'm sorry. God, Diane, I'm so sorry. I know you are, and I see that you've changed. I see you being a good father. I see you doing the work. But Trevor, she met his eyes. I need you to understand that I will never forget what you did. I may forgive you someday. I'm working toward it. But I will never forget. That pain is part of me now. It shaped who I became. I understand. Do you? Because here's what I need from you going forward. I need you to keep showing up. I need you to keep doing the work, even when Dr. Thompson isn't watching. Even when there's no court order forcing you to. I need you to be the father our children deserve, not just for 6 months or a year, but forever. Can you do that? Yes. Trevor's voice was firm, certain. I can. I will. Those kids, Diane, they're the best thing I've ever done. Even if I did them accidentally, and then tried to deny they existed. They're brilliant and beautiful and strong, and I'm not going to let them down again. Good. Because if you do, if you disappoint them, if you fail them, if you make them feel like they're not enough, I will never forgive you. The hurt you caused me, I can work through. But if you hurt our children, we're done. Permanently. I understand. They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of 6 years of hurt and healing hanging between them. Finally, Diane said, I'm proud of you. I know that's weird to say to your ex-husband, but I am. You did something really hard. You looked at your own privilege and prejudice, and you didn't flinch away from it. You sat with it. You changed. That takes courage. I had motivation, Trevor said simply. 3 reasons, each about 3.5 feet tall. Diane laughed despite herself. They're getting so big. They are. Growing up so fast. Trevor's expression turned serious. I'm going to miss so much. I already miss so much. First steps, first words, first days of school. All because I was too proud to believe you. You can't get that back. But you can be there for everything going forward. First lost teeth, first crushes, first heartbreaks. You can be the father who shows them that people can change. That mistakes don't have to define you. That's valuable too. Thank you for saying that, for giving me a chance to prove it. From inside the apartment, they heard Emma's voice. Mommy? Daddy? Are you done talking? Can we have dessert now? They looked at each other and laughed. Duty calls, Diane said. The most important duty. Trevor held the door open for her. After you. 2 years later, everything had transformed. The triplets were 8 now, in 3rd grade, thriving. Emma had won an art competition at school. Noah was reading at a 5th grade level. Lily had competed in her first gymnastics meet, and come home with a ribbon she wouldn't stop showing everyone. Trevor had become a permanent fixture in their lives. Reliable, present, growing more confident in his fatherhood with each passing month. He'd learned to do hair, pack lunches, handle homework battles. He'd read every book Dr. Thompson recommended, and several she hadn't. He'd joined a support group for white parents of black children, and attended every meeting. He'd also started dating someone, a woman named Keisha, different from Dr. Thompson, who worked as a social worker and understood, without explanation, the complexity of his family dynamic. She was black, which had surprised exactly no one. Trevor had learned his lesson about avoiding difficult conversations. The children liked her. She's nice, Emma had reported after meeting her. And she knows how to braid better than Daddy. Jessica had also moved on, dating a kind man named David who treated baby Michael like his own son. The 4 adults, Diane, Trevor, Jessica, and their respective partners, had navigated holidays and birthdays with increasing ease. It was complicated, but it worked. Catherine Morrison had never come around. She'd sent one final letter a year ago, filled with hurt feelings and accusations that Trevor was betraying his family. He'd read it once, then thrown it away. I have a family, he'd told Diane. Emma, Noah, and Lily. That's my family. If my mother can't see their value, she doesn't deserve to be part of it. Richard had stepped up in his wife's absence. He attended school events, took the kids for ice cream, asked thoughtful questions about their lives. He'd even had a long conversation with Gloria about his regrets, his failures as a father in not standing up to his wife's racism earlier. Your grandchildren are teaching me to be better, he'd told her. Better late than never, I suppose. Gloria had studied him with sharp eyes, then nodded. Better late than never, she'd agreed. As for Diane, she'd started dating too. A man named Julian, an architect like her, who made her laugh and didn't flinch when she talked about her complicated family situation. He met the children slowly, carefully, with Trevor's blessing. He's okay, Trevor had said after meeting Julian. Treats you well. Very well. Good. You deserve that. It was strange, Diane thought sometimes, how life had rearranged itself. How the man who'd broken her heart was now someone she trusted with their children. How the anger that had sustained her for years had slowly transformed into something softer. Not quite friendship, but a mutual respect born of shared purpose. On the triplets' 8th birthday, both families gathered for a party. Diane's apartment was packed with people. Rachel and her fiancé, Gloria visiting from Atlanta, Richard with a stack of presents, Jessica with Michael, now a rambunctious toddler, Trevor and Keisha, Julian helping set up decorations. The children ran wild, high on sugar and attention. Emma showed off her latest painting. Noah read from his new book. Lily demonstrated a gymnastics move that made everyone gasp. At one point, Diane found herself in the kitchen with Trevor, both of them taking a break from the chaos. Hard to believe they're 8, Trevor said, watching through the doorway as the children played. I know. Feels like yesterday I was bringing them home from the NICU. 3 tiny babies that I had no idea how to care for. You figured it out. I had to. There was no other choice. Diane smiled. Though there were days I thought I might actually lose my mind. Lily wouldn't sleep. Emma cried constantly. Noah had reflux. I spent the first 6 months in a haze of exhaustion and terror. I should have been there. Trevor's voice was heavy with regret. Yes, you should have. But you weren't. And we survived anyway. Diane looked at him. And now you are here. That's what matters. Is it enough? Does it make up for? No, Diane interrupted gently. It doesn't make up for it. Nothing can make up for missing their first 5 years. But Trevor, you've been present for the last 3. You've shown up consistently. You've done the work. You've become the father they need. That's not nothing. Thank you. Trevor's voice was thick. For everything. For giving me this chance. For not keeping them from me even though you had every reason to. I didn't do it for you. I did it for them. They deserved to know their father. Diane paused. But I will say this. I'm glad they know this version of you. The version that did the work. The version that sees them fully. That's the father they deserve. I'm going to keep being that father. Forever. I promise. I know you will. They stood in comfortable silence, watching their children play. After a moment, Trevor said, Do you think you'll ever fully forgive me? Really, completely forgive me? Diane considered the question. I don't know. Some hurts cut too deep to fully heal. But Trevor, I don't hate you anymore. I don't wake up angry. I don't spend my energy wishing you'd suffer. I just exist. With you as the father of my children and a co-parent I trust. Maybe that's its own kind of forgiveness. Maybe it is. Julian appeared in the doorway. Hey, we're about to cut the cake. You two coming? Absolutely. Diane took his offered hand, smiled at Trevor. Come on. Let's go sing to our kids. They gathered around the table. All the adults who loved these children, who'd fought for them, who'd worked to create this strange, blended family. The triplets stood behind their cake, eyes wide with excitement. Make a wish, everyone called as the candles were lit. Emma, Noah, and Lily looked at each other, that silent sibling communication that only they understood. Then they closed their eyes, took deep breaths, and blew. The candles went out. Everyone cheered. What did you wish for? Rachel asked. Can't tell, Emma said solemnly. It won't come true. But Diane caught Noah's eye. He was looking at Trevor and Diane, standing side by side, united in their love for these 3 children, even if they'd never be together again. He smiled, small, satisfied, like someone who'd already gotten their wish. That night, after the party was over and the children were asleep, Diane sat alone in her quiet apartment. She thought about the past 8 years, the devastation of that divorce, the terror of discovering she was pregnant, the 5 years of raising 3 children alone while Trevor lived his life without them. She thought about that baby shower, walking into Trevor's house with 3 car seats, watching his face crack with shock and recognition. She thought about the court battles, the supervised visits, the slow, painful transformation of a man who'd been too proud to admit his mistakes. And she thought about now, about co-parenting successfully, about shared holidays and respectful communication, about their children thriving with 2 parents who put them first. It wasn't the family she'd imagined when she married Trevor 8 years ago, but it was a family, broken and rebuilt, imperfect but functional, held together by love for 3 extraordinary children. Her phone buzzed. A text from Trevor. Thank you for today. For everything. For being the most incredible mother our children could have asked for. They're lucky to have you. I'm lucky you gave me a chance to be their father. Diane stared at the message for a long moment. Then she typed, They're lucky to have both of us. You're a good father, Trevor. Keep being one. I will. I promise. She set down her phone and walked to the children's room. Opened the door quietly, watched them sleep. 3 faces that looked like Trevor. 3 souls that were entirely their own. They'd faced racism. They'd survive more. They'd navigate the complicated reality of being biracial children in a world that wanted simple categories. But they'd do it with 2 parents who saw them fully, who loved them completely, who'd fight for them fiercely. That was everything. That was enough. Diane closed the door and went to bed. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. There were always new challenges. But tonight she could rest. She'd done the impossible thing. She'd survived. She'd protected her children. She'd built a life from ashes. And in the process, she'd given Trevor the greatest gift. Not forgiveness for what he'd done, but the chance to become someone worthy of their children. He'd taken that chance. He'd done the work. And their children would grow up knowing that people could change. That mistakes didn't have to define you. That love, real, complicated, hard-won love, could transform everything. That was the legacy she wanted to leave them. Not perfection. Not a traditional family. Not even complete forgiveness. Just the truth, that she'd loved them enough to do the hard things. To face the man who'd hurt her. To give him a chance when she could have closed the door forever. She'd done it for them. And she'd do it again. Every single time. Diane never fully forgave Trevor, but she built a functional co-parenting relationship with him for their children's sake. Trevor transformed from the man who rejected his family into a father doing the work. Their children now have both parents, imperfect, complicated, but present. Is this the victory Diane deserved? Could she have handled things differently? And most importantly, do you believe Trevor's transformation will last, or will he eventually revert to his old patterns when things get difficult? Share your final thoughts on this family's journey below. 5 years later, the email arrived on a Tuesday morning, just as Diane was finishing her coffee. Subject: Request for interview. Second chances. A story of redemption and co-parenting. She almost deleted it. Over the past 7 years, she'd received dozens of interview requests. Bloggers, podcasters, even a few major news outlets wanting to tell the story of the woman who revealed her triplets at her ex-husband's baby shower. The video had never fully gone away. Every few months it would resurface, go viral again, spark new debates about custody and racism and forgiveness. Diane had ignored all of them. Her story wasn't entertainment. Her pain wasn't content. But something about this email made her pause. Ms. Lawson, my name is Dr. Angela Morris. I'm a family psychologist writing a book about transracial families and the unique challenges of white parents raising black children. I've followed your case since that video went viral 7 years ago. I've read the court documents that are public record. I've seen how you and Mr. Morrison have built a successful co-parenting relationship despite an incredibly painful beginning. I'm not interested in sensationalizing your story. I'm interested in how you did it. How you protected your children while giving their father space to grow. How you navigated racism in family court. How you taught your biracial children to love both sides of themselves in a world that often demands they choose. Would you be willing to talk? Not for gossip or drama, but to help other families navigating similar situations? Diane read the email 3 times. Then she forwarded it to Trevor with a message. Thoughts? His response came within minutes. Your call. But if you want to do it, I'll participate. Might help someone. She thought about it for the rest of the day. That night, she asked the children, now 13 years old, in 8th grade, on the cusp of high school and everything that came with it. Someone wants to write about our family, she told them over dinner. About how Daddy and I learned to co-parent after everything that happened. Would you be okay with that? Emma, always direct, asked. Would they use our names? We could request pseudonyms. False names to protect your privacy. What would they say about us? Noah wanted to know. That you're 3 incredible kids who handled a difficult situation with grace. That you taught your father how to be a better person. That you're strong and resilient and proof that families can heal. Lily, the thoughtful one, said, would it help other kids? Kids whose parents are divorced or complicated. It might. The 3 of them looked at each other. That silent communication they'd never lost. Okay, Emma said finally. We can do it. But we get to read what she writes before it's published. And if we don't like it, she can't use it. Deal. 6 months later, Diane sat in a cafe with Dr. Angela Morris, a recording device between them. Thank you for agreeing to this, Dr. Morris said. I know it wasn't an easy decision. No, but my kids convinced me. They said if our story could help someone else, it was worth it. They sound wise. They are. They've had to be. Diane took a sip of her coffee. So what do you want to know? Everything. But let's start with the hardest question. Do you forgive him? Really? Diane was quiet for a moment. I don't know if full forgiveness is possible after what Trevor did. He rejected me when I was at my most vulnerable. He let his family's racism go unchecked. He missed 5 years of our children's lives because he was too proud to believe I was telling the truth. But he changed. Not quickly, not easily, but genuinely. He did the work when it would have been easier to just demand his rights as a father and refuse to examine his own prejudices. He chose our children over his own comfort, over his family's approval. That's worth something. Is it worth forgiveness? It's worth co-parenting with him, worth trusting him with our children, worth building a functional family from the wreckage of our marriage. Diane met Dr. Morris's eyes. Maybe that's its own kind of forgiveness. Dr. Morris nodded, made notes. What about the racial component? That's central to your story. It's central to my life, Diane corrected. I'm a black woman raising black children with a white man who didn't understand what that meant. Trevor spent our marriage asking me to make him comfortable with my blackness. He wanted me to minimize racism, to not make everything about race, to just be easy. And I tried. God, I tried so hard to be what he needed. When did you stop trying? When I had 3 babies depending on me and no one else to rely on. Diane's voice was firm. When I realized that protecting them meant being unapologetically black, meant teaching them pride in their heritage, meant preparing them for the racism they'd face. I couldn't afford to make Trevor comfortable anymore. I had to make my children strong. And when Trevor came back into their lives, I had to teach him what I'd spent our marriage trying not to burden him with. The reality of raising black children in America, the everyday racism, the microaggressions, the ways the world would see them as black first, biracial second. And he had to actually listen this time, had to do the work, had to become uncomfortable. Did you ever worry he wouldn't? Every single day for the first year, I waited for him to revert to colorblind ideology, to decide it was too hard, to disappoint our children the way he'd disappointed me. Diane smiled slightly, but he kept showing up, kept reading, kept learning, kept confronting his own family's racism, even when it cost him. That's when I started to trust him. What advice would you give to other black women co-parenting with white men? Don't sacrifice your children's racial identity for your co-parents' comfort. Don't let anyone tell you that teaching your kids about racism is divisive. Don't shrink yourself to make someone else feel better. Diane's voice was passionate now, and demand that white co-parents do the work. Real work. Not just reading one book and calling it done. They need to understand privilege, confront their own biases, be uncomfortable. That's the price of admission to raising black children. And for white fathers of black children, listen more than you talk. Defer to your children's black parent on racial issues. Protect your kids from racism in your own family, even when it's your mother, especially when it's your mother. Show up consistently. Do the work even when no one's watching. Love your children enough to examine your own privilege. Diane paused. And understand that your children will face things you've never experienced. You can't fix it. You can only prepare them for it and support them through it. The interview continued for 3 hours. They talked about the baby shower, the court battles, the supervised visits, the transformation. They talked about Catherine's racism and Richard's redemption. They talked about Jessica and the complicated dance of blended families. They talked about the children, how they'd navigated having a father who didn't know them, how they'd taught him to see them, how they'd grown into confident, proud black children who also embraced their white heritage. Do they ever struggle with their identity? Dr. Morris asked. Of course. They're 13. Everything is a struggle. Diane laughed. But seriously, yes. Noah sometimes feels like he's not black enough because his dad is white. Emma gets frustrated when people ask, "What are you?" Lily worries about fitting in. It's hard being biracial in a world that loves clear categories. How do you help them navigate that? By telling them they're both. They're black and they're biracial. Both identities are valid. They don't have to choose. They get to claim all of themselves. And Trevor reinforces that. He doesn't try to claim them as just biracial or minimize their blackness. He's learned to hold space for the complexity. Diane smiled. He's not perfect. He still makes mistakes. But he's trying. That's what matters. Dr. Morris set down her pen. Last question. Was it worth it? Everything you went through, the pain, the court battles, the years of single parenting, was it worth it to get to where you are now? Diane thought about it carefully. She thought about those early days, 3 newborns, endless exhaustion, crippling fear that she couldn't do it alone. She thought about the baby shower, walking into Trevor's house with 3 car seats, detonating his perfect life. She thought about the court battles, the racism, the slow transformation of a man who'd failed them all. She thought about now, 13-year-olds who were confident and loved and thriving. A co-parenting relationship that actually worked. A life she'd built from absolute destruction. Yes, she said finally. It was worth it. Not because Trevor changed, though I'm glad he did, for our children's sake, but because I survived. Because I proved to myself and my children that you can face impossible things and come out stronger. Because they get to grow up knowing their mother never gave up, never let anyone make her small, never stopped fighting for them. That's a powerful legacy. It's the only legacy that matters. The book was published 18 months later. Second Chances. One family's journey through racism, rejection, and redemption. Diane and Trevor were given pseudonyms. Diane became Michelle. Trevor became Jason. The children became Mia, Noah, and Sophie. But anyone who'd seen the viral video recognized the story immediately. The book became a bestseller. It was taught in family therapy courses, social work programs, courses on transracial adoption and foster care. It sparked conversations about racism and custody battles, the importance of cultural competency for white parents of black children, the possibility of genuine transformation. Trevor did speaking engagements, talking honestly about his failures, the work required to change, the ongoing nature of anti-racist education. He was praised by some, excoriated by others who thought he was profiting from his mistakes. Diane stayed out of the spotlight. She told her story. That was enough. She had 3 teenagers to raise, a career to manage, a life to live. But sometimes she'd get messages. From other black single mothers. From women co-parenting with white men. From people navigating complicated family dynamics. Thank you for sharing your story. It gave me hope. My ex is reading the book. He's starting to understand. I'm not alone. Thank you for showing me I'm not alone. Those messages made everything worth it. 5 years after the book's publication, Diane stood in a high school auditorium watching her triplets graduate. 18 years old. Ready for college. Ready for the world. Emma was going to art school. Noah had a full scholarship to study literature. Lily had committed to a D1 gymnastics program. They'd grown up strong and sure of themselves. They'd faced racism and overcome it. They'd navigated the complexity of being biracial. They'd learned to love both their parents despite their complicated history. Trevor sat beside Diane in the audience, Keisha on his other side. They'd married 2 years ago, a small ceremony the children had helped plan. Julian sat on Diane's other side, steady and supportive as always. They'd been together 5 years now, talking about marriage, in no rush. Jessica was there too with David and Michael, now 12 and about to graduate middle school. The triplets' half-brother, part of their extended, blended, complicated family. Richard was there, proud grandfather, taking pictures. Catherine's seat remained empty. She'd never reconciled with Trevor, never met her grandchildren. Her loss. Gloria was there, crying happy tears, whispering, "Look at my babies," over and over. Rachel was there with her wife and their 2 kids, the triplets' cousins who they'd grown up with. When Emma, Noah, and Lily crossed the stage to receive their diplomas, both Diane and Trevor stood to cheer. 2 parents, united in their pride if nothing else. After the ceremony, they gathered for photos, the traditional ones, each parent separately with the graduates. Then the modern ones, all of them together, this strange family they'd built. Okay, now just the kids and both parents, the photographer directed. Diane stood beside Trevor, their 3 children between them. They weren't touching. That boundary had never changed. But they were together. A unit. A family. The camera flashed. Perfect, the photographer said. And it was perfect. Not in the way Diane had imagined 18 years ago when she'd married Trevor. Not in any traditional sense. But perfect in the way that mattered. 3 thriving young adults, ready to take on the world, secure in the knowledge that both their parents loved them fiercely. Later, At the graduation party, Emma pulled Diane aside. "Mom, can I ask you something?" "Always. Do you regret it? Showing up at that baby shower? Starting all of this?" Diane looked at her daughter, brilliant, fierce, about to go off to college. "No, I don't regret it. Even though it was hard, even though you and Dad had to go through all that legal stuff and therapy and everything. Especially because of that. You three needed your father, and he needed to become someone worthy of you. That wouldn't have happened if I'd stayed quiet." Diane touched Emma's face. "Why are you asking?" "Because I've been thinking about that video. The one from the baby shower that everyone still watches. And I always wondered, did you know it would go viral? Did you plan for the whole world to see?" "No. I planned to tell your father the truth. I didn't know someone would record it. Didn't know it would spread. But even if I had known," Diane smiled, "I still would have done it. Because you three deserved to exist. To be acknowledged. To have a father who saw you. And now we do. Now you do." Emma hugged her mother tightly. "Thank you. For being brave. For fighting for us. For never giving up. Thank you for being worth fighting for." That night, after the party ended and the guests went home, Diane stood on her balcony watching the city lights. Her phone buzzed. A text from Trevor. "We did it. We got them to adulthood in one piece." Diane smiled and typed back, "We did it. All of us. Together. Couldn't have done it without you. You're an amazing mother. You're a good father. You became one. Took me long enough. But you did it. That's what matters." A pause then. "Thank you, Diane. For everything. For the children. For the chance. For not giving up on the possibility that I could change." Diane looked at the message for a long time. 7 years ago, she would have deleted it. Would have been unable to accept his gratitude. Unable to separate the man who'd hurt her from the father he'd become. But tonight, with her children grown and ready to leave home, with evidence all around her of what they'd built from the wreckage of their marriage, she could acknowledge the truth. He had changed. They had built something functional, maybe even good. Their children were thriving. And she was finally, fully, completely free from the weight of his failures. "You're welcome," she typed. "Now let's get them through college, without any of us losing our minds. Deal?" She set down her phone and looked up at the stars. 18 years ago, she'd married a man who would break her heart. 13 years ago, she'd discovered she was pregnant and faced his rejection. 7 years ago, she'd walked into a baby shower and changed all their lives forever. And now she was free. Free from anger. Free from the need for revenge. Free from the burden of his transformation. She'd done what she set out to do. Protect her children, build a life, survive the impossible. Everything else was just details. Diane smiled at the night sky and whispered to no one in particular. We did it. And they had. Together and apart, broken and rebuilt, imperfect and beautiful, they'd done it. They'd become a family. Not the family she'd imagined, but maybe, just maybe, the family they were always meant to be.